Hello guys, can you hear me? Sound check, sound check. Loud and clear, great, thank you guys. Alright, sorry for that little delay, we have been working very hard on this upcoming patch. As you know, we have a the new THX intro. Yeah, what do you think about the frame, guys? Our user interface Leonardo gave me this nice upgrade. I have to sit a little bit more in center. Pretty cool, right? I like it. Looks a bit more pro. Frame is awesome. Now I have to zoom in to see your face. I mean, the whole thing should be in 1080, so should be alright. Do you hear that? Do you hear that sound? Alvarine sound that just got played, or is it only one of my window hearing it? Can you hear it or not? What is that animal in the bottom? Ah, you mean the frame. Alright. Yeah, I've been playing around with some
oh my God,
Twitch effects, and I'm getting there slowly but steady. Pierce, thank you for the subscription. Worth waiting for. So yeah, we're trying to get the stream experience as professional and as nice as possible. And I think we're getting there slowly but steady. I'll hunt you, Henrik. All right. So yeah, I wanted to start with an update on what's going on. Yeah, no, I'm not really working on the Twitch stuff, and I'm not delaying things because of this. This is just a small thing. That is why you see it's being updated in small steps every now and then, because obviously we don't prioritize this as much as we do game content. So it's just some small things I'm fiddling around with, and with the help of one of our 2D artists, I got this fancy stuff. So yeah, about our patch. So as you know, we are ordering tons of hardware now, and we're getting parts of those hardwares on a pretty much daily basis now. Feeling a little stressed that we haven't got all of them yet, but our host provider have confirmed that things should be in order and we should have all of them in time, which is obviously quite important for us. Today's patch, we were planning or hoping that we will be able to push it on live today, but unfortunately it's not possible today. We need a little bit more time, and also one of the reasons is that we wanna the live server hardware we're running today is running on the old server that we've been running for quite a while, and we're getting that hardware replaced as well, which means we're getting almost double performance out of this new setup, which is awesome to get in place. And we want to test that as well, and we don't want to have to do a additional patch just to update the hardware, which is required if we patch today. And then it looks like we're getting that hardware tomorrow, which means if things goes as planned, then we can go live with that patch. So hopefully tomorrow we get the hardware and can get the new patch on that new hardware. So that means double performance on our server, which means it's ready for the launch hardware setup. And we will get one hell of a juicy patch to, crunch through. So no patch today, hopefully tomorrow. So yeah, we've been doing quite some important steps now in this patch as well, getting very close to release, which means we need to start testing normal skill rates, make sure that if there are some skills that doesn't make sense, they are super slow, we are looking to boost those skills. One example or two examples are running skills. When you start new now and that skill is moving up very slow, that means extremely slow progression. And as you know, many new players feels that you are too slow when starting the game. And we still want to make sure it's clear that it is a RPG game with progression, character progression, you get stronger, faster, etc. But we want to find a good balance so it doesn't feel like you have to run around slowly for days until you get that little speed bonus. So we're changing that. And also, for instance, when you mount a horse and you fall down 1 or 2 times now, and then you have learned enough skills to not fall off anymore, right? Now when we got the normal rates, you're falling down non-stop, which obviously isn't that convenient, just falling off after 1 meter. So things like that, we are tweaking those skills to make sure that when we push this on test, it should be on a normal level rate, and we should have a pleasant experience as well when progressing through those skills. So clades are being wiped. We want to test the progression of clades as well. You're not starting with 10 levels, obviously, you're starting on level 0. And we are spreading the distribution XP, clade XP points on all humanoids and monsters. So we get a taste for that as well, making sure the system works. And same goes for the skills. It's very important that we have enough time to test that. It doesn't mean that we're wiping tomorrow if we go live tomorrow with the patch, but we are taking the necessary steps to get the normal rates in clade experience and skills, and with those adjusted skills I just mentioned a few of them. So yeah, keep that in mind. If you want to do some quick rolls now to try something quickly with quick skill gain, it's a good time to do it now, because we need to start testing skill gains. And then closer to the real release date, we plan to do a full wipe, so everything starts exactly how it's supposed to be on release day. We haven't fully decided how many days we want to run that for. We will quite quickly see, on the normal rates on this next patch, and quite quickly see that things should be, working as intended after that wipe. So it would be like a small or quick pre-wipe, and then when we, have confirmed everything, that means we're very close to the 25th and can do the final wipe. So we will announce when we decide to do the pre-character wipe, world wipe, but it should be very close to 25th. We don't see a reason to prolong that state very much. Can you say that release day is January 25th? Yes, that is still our release date, 25th of January. So 2 wipes. Yeah, but like I said, it's a wipe very close to 25th. We don't intend to be running that for these final weeks. We're talking a few days, but we're gonna give you the exact information as soon as we have decided that. like make it official. So are you still planning on activating all pre-order subscription on 25th? So 25th, you know, if everything goes as planned, we have a few small but very important fixes left. As you know, one of them, the most critical, node lines. We are working on that one, and we are finally seeing the light in the tunnel. We're confirming everything with that quite heavily. And then we're gonna patch that, obviously. We're gonna enable quite a bit of things as well on release. So as long as nothing very critical or disastrous happens during these last steps, we are on track for 25th. So that is still the goal and what we're following. Biggest polishing list. You guys feel good about it? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see this patch. Of course, they've been killing it when it comes to polish and bug fixing. You know, as the most of the patches as of late. Heavily focus goes now on polish and bug fixing mostly. There's no big system of new features that we want to crank in at this point of time. As you know, we have the important fixes, node lines, and a lot of polish and improvements. We are extremely happy with the stability of the game and servers. As you have noticed, the past months have been pretty much flawless.
Oh my god, another one.
So yeah, you know, as long as there's no reason for a delay that doesn't make a day and night difference, have always been a goal for us. We're a small independent game company. We can't just you know, work infinity. And also because we, you know, which we said many times, Mortal Online will never be finished. It will have hundreds of features and tons of content over the coming month and years. So if you compare it with a traditional console game or something like that, when it's finished, that's when you release it, then Mortal Online will never be finished. So we kind of need to, you know, we have a very solid line where things should go live, which is the 25th, as long as we hit these last important steps. And yeah, things are looking spot on so far. But like I said, we are updating on a daily basis with the team to make sure that we are on track on those important steps. Will you be sending from Joe and the other developers on a well-deserved vacation after a successful launch? Yeah, so obviously on launch we know that there will be a lot of chaos. There will be a lot of players wanting to play. So there's no doubt that we're gonna feel that stress and chaos. Similar to our stress test. That is why we did those tests to get as much pressure as possible on the servers, and that was, you know, extremely helpful for us to make huge preparations. We added additional work and improvement on our whole systems and servers. So those stress tests were, you know, extremely valuable for us, and we can just expect even greater pressure on the servers and everything on the release week. So obviously it will be bad for us to go live and then take vacation. We need to maintain and be on top of everything, you know, the coming days and weeks, I would say, on release, to make sure that everything is as smooth as possible. We're deploying very important GM tools and all kind of different staff tools to make sure that if something goes wrong, you know, that haven't happened during the beta, we have enough tools and data logs systems in place to be able to help any players if something would go wrong. And you know, we managed to go through all these steps, and just a few steps left, and as long as we follow those steps, we should be good. And it's super exciting. What is your plan to mitigate bugs after release while also having high temp updating? So there's going to be a small change, obviously, when it comes to how we push content when we're live. So during the beta, we know that we can, you know, it's not, you know, absolutely disaster if we add something that have some bugs, some annoyance, you know, even if there's something critical when we add those features during the beta, because that's when we're supposed to find them, right? Obviously, we can't do that kind of push going live if we don't know that it's been sufficiently tested. So when it comes to completely new systems from release and forward, we can't just say that, yeah, we're going to push it even,
Oh my God,
there's been
another
cases
one.
during the beta where we feel
Another
that,
one.
okay, we found enough and we can't find anything more bad or critical in testing. But there's a high chance that obviously when thousands of players get their hands on it, they may find things just that have happened throughout the beta. That can't be the case when we're live, as you can understand. So we're ramping up the testing phase next to the live servers.
Oh my God,
We may be
another one.
running a
Another
live
one.
test server for anyone to participate in if we need that. And when we feel, and including you guys or anyone that are participating in this test, feel that, okay, it's solid, it's working, we have given it the seal of approval, that's when we push it on live. So in that case, we're going to be more careful and not sprint new features as quickly as we've done throughout the beta, because that will be bad. But there are still areas where we can push content in a pretty high speed rate, and that is
Oh my God, another one.
tested content, features that are already in the game that are tested throughout the beta. We can expand on that, add more content to support the same features and codes without risking, something bugging out. Thank you for subscription. So yeah, I hope that makes sense what we're trying to explain with this step. That is, there's going to be a change on that, but we still, obviously we are going to have additional evaluation. It looks like the 2 weeks sprints we have are still something that we think is very good for us and efficient. But like I said, we may have one of those every second patch may be more focused on very specific things, polish and small steps that we are 100% sure of they are approved for live. And then every second or third even, that's when we may looking at the bigger steps that simply requires a bit more time in testing before they go live. You said multiple times before the game will launch without all core features in. Aren't siege mechanics, shared chests, crafting tables, etc. not core features? So what we're adding now, the last step, is the furniture system, which I'm going to show you in this live stream, I was hoping. And that gives you the crafting tables, shared chest, and all that you just described. The only thing that we don't see as a core feature, which we have said since day one, is expanding of housing. So housing can be expanded in 5 years in the future. Obviously, we don't want to wait 5 years to have all that in place and then release the game. We will be out of date in several areas if that's the case as well, because we also plan to expand with the release. Plans and hopes are obviously that we get a good boost of resources when we release the game, and those funds will go straight back to the development, which means we're going to expand the team, make sure that we can handle more areas simultaneously and grow a little bit. We're still a very small team of 30 people, which means one of the smallest MMO developers in the world that makes this kind of large game. So, we need to make sure and look over where do we need to expand and where do we need to offload some of our guys that are simply on too many positions and get, distracted and have to go all over the place. We need to make that more efficient. So hope that makes sense, and that's still the case. And that's something we have communicated since day one. We did a big change and postponed the game also because we got your feedback and support, and we took the opportunity to rather than start small, we are starting bigger now. Not in early access and not without those bigger features that many think is important end game. For instance, housing and such. And that housing also gave us the opportunity to spread the players more. So we took that step and expanded and delayed the project because we saw that, that it makes sense. We can make that happen. And we took that step. Are you considering not selling keep deeds until sieging it? No. We hope and encourage players to build keeps strongholds and houses out in the world and spread out, because we also know that that's going to be needed. If all players remains in the player cities, that's going to be heavily crowded, and that's going to be a client's performance hit without a doubt. So, and housing, just look at Valheim, for instance. That game is super popular only because of housing. There's no sieging or anything like that. You build beautiful houses, you expand on them, you decorate them, you put functions in them, and all that you will be able to do in Mortal Online on release day. Even in this next patch, with the furniture system in place. So obviously that means you can't efficiently siege and destroy someone's keep or house, because the defense value is going to be very high. There's no real PvP in Valheim. Exactly. But it's still, one of the most popular game currently because of that feature that we also have. That's what I meant a little bit. Of course, we know that there's a big interest in sieging and wars, and no doubt that will be expanded on with additional features. That is the TC and sieging mechanics. So for sure. Too many games, too expensive for 2022. I'm not sure what you mean with too many games. And you can build your own structures more than you place pre-built assets. So yeah, we have our base. We had a different system in the first game, and it was cool and fun initially, but in game it didn't play out well. So we're building beautiful assets this time around that makes sense and fits the world, and we only have a basic pack of housing so far. We're going to expand on that so you can, really look for your specific style that you're interested in. But the big part also comes with the furniture system. This is what I'm going to show you now that really makes things interesting and exciting about housing. First of all, it's going to look awesome. And secondly, you get the function, the benches and stuff like that you can place finally in the houses. Is there going to be better town security? So currently we're also working on town securities in the current NPC cities. We have gathered a lot of feedback from you guys, which we're thankful for. Lack of security in MK areas, the Fabernum city, stuff like that. We have a lot of feedback on that, and you will see additional work on that in this coming patch as well. We meant that these cities should be as safe as possible, and that is the goal, and that's what we're working on currently. So yes, you can expect some expansion on that. We've been hearing rumors about changes to fishing. Could you clarify that a little bit? I'm not sure exactly what changes you're referring to. We are doing some fine tunes, looking at feedback from really in timer, etc., to make it feel a little bit more feel better and play better, pretty much. We're looking into the different rates of gaining value, fishing value. We're looking at turtles that you fish up and stuff like that. So yeah, we're doing some tweaks for sure, but no major changes. We found a few bugs and issues that also affects what you can catch and where you can fish, which we also have fixed in this coming patch. So there's tweaks for sure, but nothing in the core functions that are being changed. We're happy with that, and that is working. Can we get an in-game latency and ping display? We may be able to add an indication that tells you you're fine within our latency system or ping normalization system, or you are on the edge, or you're getting a little bit out of it. That makes sense. We could do that. We don't want to add the actual ping number because that confuses everyone. We have said this, I'm sure you know. We talked about it so many times. And comparing 5 with 105 ms, for instance, there's no difference. but we can show the different steps where things starts to be, the outcome is a little bit different, where you can notice differences between the players and the different pairing steps, for instance, which is the biggest noticeable factor. So yeah, it makes sense. We will see. Again, there's a lot of good quality of life suggestions from you guys, from small things to big things, and a lot of them make sense, and we agree with those, and we're adding those to the list of long list of quality of life things. And again, if we can get more coders to help with that, then excellent. We'll get more of those faster. So for sure. So I wanted to show you guys some decoration stuff. If things are going as planned, we're getting it tomorrow, which means you will get your hands on it. All right. Let me show you guys. Let's see. So, do you have sound, guys? Game sound. Can you hear the crickets? Do you hear the crickets, guys? No. You don't hear the crickets. Okay, wait. Okay, what about now? Now you should hear crickets. Got the crickets. All right, great. A little nicer with sound. So I just constructed myself a little stronghold here, guys, outside of Medulli. And I'm gonna show you some cool stuff, and hopefully this build I'm running on right now isn't too wonky. We'll be updating the visual animation from Magic.
Another one.
Bitslap, thank you for subscription. Scaffold +1. So there's always room for improvement, right? We have done everything we possibly can with the resources and people we have in the team, and I'm super proud of what we have achieved so far. But yes, there's always room for improvements in various locations. There's still some animals and creatures that we're not happy with fully, but we simply don't have the time to go through them all or fix all those different things. We plan to revisit them when we have time or more resources to put on that. Some of the effects and animation on characters, the same thing.
Oh my god, another one.
It all comes down to that. That is the main thing. And we all John Oldman, thank you for subscription. And we all also have different opinions on what should be prioritized over other areas and so on. It's just a personal opinion and taste, right? So we try to cover a good core line on everything from RP areas, PvE areas, PvP areas, building things, different features and so on, to really get that core for a wide audience to be interested in starting playing on the 25th, which is the start of everything. But also over the month and coming years, there will be tons of added features and content that will only attract more and more players over time.
Oh my god, another one.
Too many games to play on the market. What about the price of your game? Month subscription, less expensive, more player, more money. There's nothing like this. So I agree, there's tons of games on the market. I'm a big fan of playing games myself. I'm a true gamer, and I've always been playing all types of different games. One of my obvious favorites are a true sandbox game, and there's nothing that interests me. And I hear, in our community that there's a very shared view on that. And we have also explained why the reasons we need a subscription and why a subscription-based model is good for Mortal Online 2. We've talked about that quite a lot, so I'm sure many of you have heard it a few times. And it's also listed on our website where we explain that. We care about the game and the gaming experience. All the players are in focus in Mortal Online 2. We're not hiding or locking any content behind microtransaction or pay to win. And the subscription fees are normal subscription free, like World of Warcraft or anything like that. So yeah. Is my alerts on Discord not muted again? Is that what you're telling me, guys? Do I always fail on that?
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Base Bellagio, thank you for your subscription. Right, we got a little spam of channel points. Alright, I have to... That didn't work, guys. It's a little too much. It's a little bit too much, guys. Thank you, thank you. I have to raise it and put a delay on it, no doubt. Yeah, like I said, I'm still a noob on Twitch stream. So yeah. All right, we got a little supreme madness fight here. All right, let's see. So where are we? Just give me a moment. I'm gonna... let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna show you just in one moment. I'm gonna show you some of the decoration stuff that we've been working on and that you will hopefully get your hands on tomorrow already. I'm just gonna... one second. All right, let's get back to it, guys. All right, so I'm in my keep, and I'm just gonna show you how awesome our decoration system is. So right now, this is what we all got, right? Not super exciting, and now finally, the exciting stuff starts with starting to decorate, put some stuff in your houses finally. So I got a few deeds here to play around with. We got walls, chairs, discs, bookshelves, and different types of them, tables, and all kind of decorations. We have a quite decent starting pack of decoration, and that is something you can expect to grow heavily as well in upcoming patches. And also we're open to hear your opinion, guys. If there's something that are missing you would like to see in the furniture pack, we will evaluate that to see if we can make it happen. Let's start with something here. So what do you say, guys? Let's see. Should we try to make a little section over here just to get some idea of how it's working? And this is what makes it quite unique and interesting. It's quite complex to be, again, a large-scale MMORPG, which makes it frequently amazing. So let me find a wall just to show you. I have more stuff here. All right, so so this is a wall for the Strongholds, which allows me to, you know, build a section, a room, or anything like that. So let's place it here, like so. Pretty straightforward, right? And that allows me to build different rooms in this big area. So you can imagine the work that you can do in a keep on all those levels. Gonna be really cool. So guys, when this goes live, I will give you a moment, guys, to get your hands of some furniture, and then if you want to invite me back to your keeps, I would love to visit you again and see what you can come up with, because this is, proper planning and cool design will make it awesome, and I can't wait to see what you guys can do. So this is entrance. As you can see, you can actually build your own entrances. We don't have multiple doors yet. We're planning to support that, so you can keep that in mind, that you will be able to put doors on some of these openings later on. So as you can see, I have rotation functions and pretty good freedom of placing things as you wish. So if you want to have a fancy entrance to this section, you can build it like this, if you like. Can I ask when the wipe will be? We will announce that date on our website and everywhere, so it's very clear when we wipe everything. It will be very close to 25th, because right now we don't see a reason to test that for weeks. Now up to release. So we'll announce the exact day for that as soon as we can. 90 degrees turns only. We only have 90 degrees at this point. Some of the furniture obviously makes sense to have 45 degrees or something like that, but everything is built around 9 degrees at this point. And again, this is also, we want to get a full-scale testing on this. It's a very robust, large system. Make sure everything working as intended. And again, we love to hear the feedback if there's something that will push it forward and make it even more exciting for specific reasons. Okay, let's see. We can place a little table in here or something. Let's go at it. Rotation. Boom. Nice little table. And let's place a candle source. And we got some nice lights finally to decorate in our houses, so we can get a nice lighting. Show us crafting, but yeah, all right. So let's see. Oops, no. I should have those cooking station, furnace, oak crafting. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. So bow crafting, for instance. Whoops. Bam. Got a little butcher table. Is that sound back again? I thought I removed it. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, I messed up again here. Thank you guys for letting us know. That's better. All right, let's see. That's better, right? All right, so we got a butcher table going on here. Got a little cooking station, maybe here. Bowl table into butcher table. Yeah, I thought so too, right? I was thinking if I clicked the wrong one. But yeah, it looks like that was the case then. Bowl table into butcher table. Good find, good find. Let's see. back. What the hell? Guys. Okay, it's gone. I have to mute. I have to mute everything. Yeah, it looks to be the same two people. All right. I will have that fixed next then. All right, but as you can see, houses will be spectacular after this patch with some cool stuff. And I can't wait to see what you guys will build in your houses, strongholds and keeps. Is there only butcher table for now? No, it's all of them. I just placed that as a furnace, for instance. As you can see, there's pretty much all of them. So you can build, you can start constructing your houses and with most of those functions now, finally. Got a sturdy chair. Have to have a chair in front of this one, guys. There we go. We'll be able to place crafted items like Star Wars Galaxies. So there's a big thing. We're trying to make a next-gen MMO, right? And I'm not just talking about a few areas. We're talking about everything. But we always want to maintain performance. So obviously we need to have a very clever system for people to build quite complex houses with upgrades and then go even crazier in the interiors, just like this. So we're working a lot on performance when it comes to this, obviously. And since nothing is instanced, which houses were in Star Wars Galaxies, that meant that you can cheat quite a lot and get away with quite a lot when you enter a house in those MMOs that kind of give you a little loading, bam, and go in, and that's the only thing you access in the house. This is a no loading, no instances world. Everything you see you can access and can run straight into house, and everything is here without killing performance. That is, impressive system. So with that obviously comes a few limitations. We have currently a limitation of, if I'm not mistaken, 50 items per floor, which means you can only place so much per floor. And 50 is the current number we have that we're testing on. And that is quite a lot of items. I mean, right here we have placed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. And you can place 50. So you can pretty much fill this floor without a doubt. And without it feeling too limited. 50 walls per floor, haha, I'm gonna get people lost forever. I mean, that's up to you, right? If you wanna have it useful or build your own labyrinth, then go for it. But yeah, there will always be some limitation because performance is king for us. We always make sure that you can be creative and build a lot of stuff, and we always try to build smart system that is highly optimized for this type of game. But we also try to disguise those limitations and obviously make them as few as possible. And I'm very happy with this so far, and I hope you will also feel that this is a awesome housing system for a large-scale MMO in this type without loading in instances. Are things on track to have the character customization on release? Yes, we are patching that. I think it's the next one. We're patching the face customization system in, and we have everything we need. What else do we want to place, guys? Let's see if we can make it even more cozy. We have the candles, wall. So there's different types of light sources, as you can see. Let's place it here just to show you some example. I forgot to rotate it. But don't worry, if that happens, if you place it badly, it's just so simple to pick it up again, just like this. And you removed it, and you have it, you can place it again. So very, very forgiving. Let's place it like this instead. Boom! All right, let's see what we have more. Fancy bed. Let's place a bed in here. And you know, there's a lot of cool. Okay, this is another another one that was wrong. I'm gonna take a little note. Great bed. Yeah. This build is missing a little polish, as we can see here. But yeah, these are the things we want to iron out, obviously. And there's a lot, so if you find something, then obviously a report will be fixing that quite easily. It's an easy bug, obviously, to have the right mesh. What's important is to make sure that it's placed correctly, it's saved correctly, and it's reliable. That is the core of it, right? And then we can expand it. What was I saying before? It was something important I wanted to say. Unplaceable traps. Traps will come later. We have assassin skills on the way that allows you to construct and place traps and poisoning, but not yet. Carpent, indeed. Let's see if we can find. So this is the fancy bookshelf. I wonder if that becomes a bookshelf or a let's see. Carpets. We should have carpets. Fancy carpets. There it is. All right. There are different sizes and different fanciness. Let's place it here and see how it looks. Boom. Quite small, especially for this stronghold, right? But obviously you will see tons of these. And so there's a few things. Yes, we are giving ranks for guilds to access the different chests. So you'll be able to add additional chests with different ranks and if they can place things or not. And then later we're going to expand it even further with co-ownership, friendship, and so on. So there's a lot of things we want to add on over time that we just give more tools and options. Yeah, and of course we want those trophies. When you have managed to kill a troll, imagine to place that troll head on the wall and collect them all. Would be cool, right? Have all the bosses' head on the wall would be cool. I wanted to see if that exclusive, was that the same carpet? Yeah, I think so, right? Or no, this is another one. Or let's see. I haven't tried all these. Yeah, it looks like this one is not really exclusive. No. Oh, okay. Wait, I was too close. Okay. Got a house. A little. What is this? So there's a few of these we need to go through, obviously. Let's pick this little fancy thing up again. Crude share. All right. That is exclusive. Indeed. Indeed. Station works. So you see, hold R to open butchery. Bam. So you need to, if you aim at the button here, that's when you can remove it, and up here, that's when you use it. Okay, let's see. What do we have more? Obviously, same thing with the extraction furnace. You can use all these tools. So all those tools are obviously usable just like in any city. And yeah, like I said, so what we also want to expand over time that makes sense. For instance, if you place a bed and you log out near that bed or use that bed when logging out, you may have a bonus on your character when you log in, like health reserves and stuff like that, stamina reserves, things that make sense. That gives a nice little bonus as well. So more or less, a lot of these so-called visual fluff decorations can actually add to some of those bonuses as well, where it makes sense. What else do we want to see here? So as you can see, you can design your own rooms and door openings like this, which makes it really cool. I mean, it's just like playing a new game again. You can have a lot of fun decorating and making the. I mean, this is just one floor, and then add an outer floor, and you can do some nice design on the different floors. Those walls are thick, indeed they are. So one of the tricky part here that I've taken quite some time to figure out is how the placement system work. So again, to make it run with flawless performance, obviously we need to be clever here. So if we can have free dynamic placement in every pixel and stuff like that and save that data, that can make it 100 times more expensive. So that is why you can see that things are snapping. You see here, right? I mean, we have a very high resolution. This, what was it, a half meter, I think. And in the first game, we had 1 meter. So we already have double resolution from our first game. So you're getting quite a lot of freedom in placing things, as you can see. Crushers, grinders. So those big machineries you can't place in here. All those smaller benches and working stations that make sense to fit in here, you can place. And then obviously with TC, you'll be able to construct larger things outside of your house. Where's my bidet? Long desk. Let's see. So yeah, there's quite a lot of things to go through to make sure that everything is correct. Nice. A little desk. Fancy chair. And so there's a few things what comes along with the furniture. So there will be carpenters in cities, NPCs, which you visit to buy some basic different types of furniture. And then there will be some more exclusive, the rich Tinremic carpenter that are focused on doing some large, expensive tables. Then you can buy that there. And then you can visit world locations. Like if you go to a dungeon, if you go down there and there's a lot of shares and assets like that, you may also be able to find and take stuff like that with you from those dungeons and locations out in the world. And then later on, everything's prepared. We are super close to also have that finished, but we are very careful now. We don't want to over push or risk stability. But all this is prepared for crafting as well. And we want to just tie them up where it makes sense, carpentry, tinkering, all those different skills that allows you to actually construct all this yourself and expand on it. So there will be those 3 ways of getting furnitures. There will be world loot, rares to common, crude to exclusive ones. There will be buyable, a few of them. And then we will have the profession skills that allows you to build and construct even more over time. We'll be able to get a priest and respawn other houses. Yes, but not along with this. So With TC, there's a lot of function that we're gonna give the players, where you can, for instance, build a priest house or a guard house, which allows you to hire a priest to live there or a guard to live there, and you can give them different functions and tools and gears to, you know, work for you pretty much, as long as you supply them the requirements for that. So furniture, again, expands city building control even further. But like I said, there's a lot of things, and we need time, and we need to be careful when we build those systems, because the TC system is going to be quite rebuilt from the first game. So we need more time. That's not just a copy paste from the first game. And also, like I said, we're changing a lot of the core rules in that system to improve it greatly. And for that, we need to take our time to make sure we get that right. Everyone, or absolute the majority, can enjoy and use that system. Stable is the same thing. So outside, you will be able to construct stables, farms, the different outposts, and different structures, a bank, exclusive building with specific security, and hire. You will be able to hire the NPCs. So there's a lot expanding with the TC. No, we won't have portables either for release. So this is, you know, one part of the portable system, obviously the placement, right? Placing buildings like this. We're going to reuse this system for placing campfires and portable machineries out in the wild. We will have that system again, but we need more time to build the functions behind those out in the wild. It's a little bit different from what we have in-house. So again, we need a little bit more time there. We're going to obviously make a updated roadmap that shows everyone what's coming next. So we have, you know, again, after release, we're looking at 2 weeks intervals, and we're going to show you what of those parts are coming in. We know that TC and sieging is a big part for everyone that want to participate in conflicts and, you know, fighting for different things like this. So that is two big features that we're gonna start working on. We're also working on the third magic school, necromancy, and upcoming schools. And we have a lot of different features as well, additional dungeons and buses and rewards. What is there more in the near future? We have a long list of creatures that are mountable. Yes, the next patch have stam changes. We actually are removing the penalty you take when taking damage on stamina, so you're not losing as much stamina more. We see that, yes, that is kind of helping Zergs, throwing damage at someone trying to escape, and it makes it even more difficult for that player to be able to do anything with also losing his stamina. So we're actually removing that. So yeah, you will see more stamina in fights for sure. No line streamlines going to get affected only when we move over to Unreal 5. So again, this is the tricky part, which I know a lot of people are talking about, but there's always this little confusion on what is what, right? Some call them nodes, some call them namesh, some call them all kind of things. So again, short, it's two different things. So we have node lines and we have streaming lines. I guess they sound quite similar, right? But a node line is invisible for you. You never notice it until you are riding on a horse, pretty much. And then you know what I'm talking about, right? So if you ride a horse over a node line, your horse disappears, you run on foot, and then your horse reappears a few seconds after if you continue. That is a node line. So it's quite easy to identify a node line. Same thing goes for pets following. It can be a hurdle to get those pets following over that node line. That is a critical bug we have in the game that affects everyone moving around in the world. And that one we are working on right now to have fixed in our upcoming patch after this one. We're very confident to have that fixed finally. Level streaming is the part where the engine is doing its main task. And how to detect a level streaming is when you move towards a city, for instance, and your computer freezes on a certain line. It's always the same line on the way there, which means you're dropping frames. It can be severe or just a little hiccup. Depends a lot on your hardware, because that's what's going on. Your CPU is being stalled, and the better hardware, obviously, the less of the hiccup. But that is obviously annoying to have that little hiccup line every time you approach things. Like what happens is that your CPU is freezing your client because it's busy until it's not busy anymore to feed your graphic card. And in that case, we're loading assets for the city, and it makes this halt lag on your CPU. And and this is the thing in Unreal 4, that part of level streaming, loading in and out the data, because that's how we build a large world like this, all dynamic, no loading screens. The downside is those streaming lines. If that system isn't efficient enough to multi-thread that or handle that in a more clever way. And that's where Unreal 5 comes into play here. We already started working on that system because we know we need it to have a more fluid gameplay worldwide in Milan. But it's a huge, complex system. And when we built part of that, Unreal made an update showing that they're doing exactly the same thing. So Denny, one of our guys that have been working on that, was a little bit annoyed when he saw that all that time spent into that system, Epic Games is building exactly the same way. You know, that's the way how you should build it. So obviously it's a little sad that we don't have it in Unreal 4 already. It's a little out of date, and that is why we're getting Unreal 5 when it comes to supporting large worlds with proper streaming. So yeah, that part will be improved. We have worked a lot on improving the streaming lines to make them less apparent, which I'm sure you have noticed in a few areas of the game world, but there's still some that is quite noticeable. We can't just magically remove them. There's still room to improve them a little bit, but the proper solution is the solution we get from Unreal 5. And that is also why we have been evaluating Unreal 5's build on a monthly basis. And I can tell you right now, as you have seen maybe in one of our press market updates, Unreal 5 right now are looking to be quite ready. It's been happening a little bit sooner than we first thought, and that makes us very excited, obviously. So we need to test a little bit more, obviously, to make sure that all or part of our game specifically are working stable. We don't want to go down in stability. But things are looking promising so far. So we may actually take the step over to Unreal 5 sooner than first initially expected. So yeah, there's quite a bit of work we need to do on assets, lighting in the world, and performance regarding that to get that, having the mortal look again, but in an upgraded lighting and shadowing system that Unreal 5 gives us. And then obviously we will benefit from a lot of things like level streaming is one of those good improvements. So we'll keep you updated after release when we're taking those steps and see how far, how close we are to Unreal 5. We're going to have a test server eventually after launch. Yes, like I said, we're going to expand the test process. So when we're testing new systems, we need to make sure they're heavily tested and confirmed and approved before they go live. And with that, we need enough players. So we are maybe looking at something similar to a public test live server for anyone to jump in to try the new stuff, give their feedback and reports, and help us making sure we can push a stable patch on live. With bone tissue get nerfed, it is so easy to obtain and solid material for armors. So there's things changing now as well through the beta when we move over to live, and that is all these animals that you can grind one step out of medulla, for instance, all those pigs, etc. You can get infinite amounts non-stop. That will change. Those will not respawn when you have killed them all, not fast at least. And then you have to move out to find additional herds of animals. We're gonna have a lot more animals added to the world, but you see where it can change here. You have to move out in the wild and hunt and kill these big beasts, and that is also one of the reasons we have a more realistic weight on a carcass. So when you kill a big animal, that's a lot of carcass and resources you can gather from them. But that is also because you may have to hunt for them until you find them. When you do, you get rewarded, and it's more a nice achievement when you actually manage to kill it and bring those resources. And the world, you have to move around in the world and find these different resources. They're not just going to be presented one step out of each city anymore. And obviously, the further out you go, more risks, higher yields, materials, and quality. Do we have anything more cool we want to place currently? Let me see what we have here. Butcher table. Let's see what butcher table becomes then. You never know. Whoops. Did I get it here? Oh. All right. So butcher table will become a butcher table. Wait. Let's see. Yes. So what was it again? This was the bow table that became a butcher. Yeah. So butcher worked at least. Let's see. Do we have anything more interesting we wanna show off here? Armor crafting. Oops. There we go. And now I can even block the view here while you craft your armors. So this is awesome. I mean, again, it's so cozy. It's a nice, relaxed, satisfaction feeling being on your own house and plan your layout, building the different rooms, and make them cozy and useful. And plans to allow shared access to houses, chests. Yes, guild members will be able to use the different ranks with chests. I didn't get any chests. I think I missed chests, but that would be a good case to show off as well. There are different types of chests now that you can place and give different access to them. A more graphic display option in future. For example, the X12 players need a minimum FPS slider for when the game is not being focused. Yeah, I mean, there's several areas where we plan to add additional options and tweaks. Again, where it makes sense. We are trying to make best low settings to highest settings where there's a good scalability for lower end computers to higher end, but at the same time we want to make sure it's fair game and same game rule for everyone. So you can't, if you reduce some things, you don't see the same thing in terms of bushes, and when you think you're hiding, you're not on the other computers. Things like that is obviously important that players cannot change. And also we want to make sure that it is a next gen MMO. We try to build the best looking MMO RPG game out there and push that as far as we can, but still maintain an impressive performance. Like I said, performance is always important, and I think we have one of the world records in terms of insane high level of character, both hitboxes and traces, but also visual appearance. And you can have several hundreds of players on the screen without killing the performance, because we are focusing on multi-performance on those types of things, like players, obviously, houses, and so forth. So as long as your computer are fine with the base performance, you can usually run quite well with a big amount of players We get log in 50 versus 50 team fights. So we have done 100 versus 100 and 150 versus 150. And I was running around with 60 FPS. Worst case 40 FPS. That is to me an impressive feat. And I've yet to get better performance in such large scale in any other MMO I've played anytime. Except EVE Online, which have a completely different system where you are a ship without any data pretty much. You only have a location and you're a pixel in space. But if compared with, for instance, New World, that is more a similar type of game, even though they have less polygons and less details on the character, I get way less performance running multiple characters on the screen in that game compared to this one, for instance. And yeah, I have a powerful computer, but if you ask anyone playing with a decent computer, they're still playing in huge battles with extremely impressive performance, and you can see tons of YouTubes of that. So obviously it's not based on my client experience only. Camelot Unchained. Yeah, of course there's games on the map, and we don't know, right? Same as Star Citizens. Exciting games, but we don't know until they are releasing the full scale of MMORPG. What about small and medium houses? Anything about that? So this system obviously works on all houses, all housing we have currently in the game, from house, medium house, stronghold to keep. Just obviously the main difference is the space, right? And obviously walls and such will be obviously designed for walls. You won't be placing a stronghold wall in a house. So you'll be able to use all these tools as well in small house and medium house, and obviously in keeps. The main difference is the size differences. So obviously we'll be able to put less in a small house compared to this. Will some mounts be race specific? So there are a few mounts that are specific for each continent. That is kind of like mount of the different clade homes. For instance, the Lyciator from Lycia. Obviously, the homelands are the Alvarines, and they are quite fond of the Alvarines. They're kind of a good match. They have a deep bound. And then there are other types of mounts that are closer to the other clades on the different continents. So you may be seeing some bonuses there in how effectively you can control them and such. And also the other factors, as mentioned before, size and weight will also play an impact when we're looking at smaller to larger mounts, how effective it is to use them or not. For instance, being the biggest possible Thursar, super heavy, trying to mount the smallest mount, for instance, something like a Razorback or a Wolf, may not be effective, or in some cases may not work at all because your feet is in the ground. But for other horses besides desert, please. So yeah, the baseline is pretty much the same now when it comes to speed, but yes, different stats on gains and use of stamina and such make the Jotun not the best traveling mount currently, or horse. But where it will shine is that it has the most strength and size. So it will be able to pull heavier weight pretty much. But yeah, some of those parts are not really beneficial at this point, as they are not used yet. So we will see. We are still tweaking the horses to be there. All the horses should have some different pros and cons, pretty much. One may be effective for quick turns, quick sprints, while some are more the long sprints, while some things like that is what we're trying to get a little nice curve with the differences. And then one may be more common and average overall and such. Will be furniture visible in fights. So when we have sieging, then things will be destructible, obviously. So, and that is the whole thing why we need more time to make sure that we balance and go through sieging mechanics in a very good way. In the first game, we went through quite a lot, and it was clear what wasn't fun in the long term and what wasn't practical. And this time we need to take our time to rebuild those parts and make it as enjoyable as possible, but also as safe as possible for the players to understand them and play around with them. Will spellbooks be completely empty in release? I'm not sure if they're going to be completely empty or if they have some start spell, but the idea is obviously to help promoting. There's a whole area around magic, right? Discovering the magic and the power of the spells, learning to scribe them, copy and share them or not share them is a big part of magic. Ecumenical and Spiritist are two quite common schools, so it will not be a impossible long journey to try to cover them all. But and if you don't like to try to get them, you will always be able to visit the broker and buy them. Almost pretty much like now, you can buy everything on a broker, and that is the the cool thing with player-driven economy. And if you don't like this or that, or you don't know how to find it, you can always put up a price or look at the brokers, and most things will most likely be on sale there. And it's up to the players to put the demand and supply and prices. Pole Sword changed this patch. That's looking to have a little tweak, if I'm not mistaken, yes. When it's Thievery. So Thievery is also, we want that close after release. It's an important and exciting feature for many players. It's a fun feature. So we want it early in. But again, that is also one of the parts we are rewriting from scratch compared to the first game. Again, we want to improve a few parts in that system to make it... the main issue was that there is no proper risk reward. You just went at it naked, lost nothing, rest, repeat. Waited on a cooldown. Not super exciting for the thief, and not as exciting for the victims, right? So this time we want to tie some proper tools and planning for the thief, so it's actually more exciting to play the thief, but there's also this risk of losing that theft and plan. And the plan is to improve brokers UAI, like a single armor parts filter. I mean, like I said before, there's room for a lot of improvement, right? And a lot of quality of life. And you guys are giving a lot of good feedback and suggestions on a lot of those. This is one of them. Where it makes sense and it works for us, we are planning to add more of that, yes. 9% of my playtime is playing a thief. Yeah, I mean, it was cool and fun and play it in more than one, and similar excitement in Ultima Line. I played a thief in Ultima Line. It was fun. But like I said, there's a few issues that we want to improve and rebuild this time. So again, all those parts, there's a lot of things that worked well in the first game that we simply move over and refine to make it work better and be more fluid. But there's also quite a few areas that we knew this is somewhat okay, this is average, and this is not good, and this is bad. And those parts we're rebuilding this time. So everything is as good as it possibly can. Why is FOV so low? Everything looks squished. Yeah, so there's a limit on the FOV to not make it look like you're playing on Alien. We wanted to have a, like back in the days when people changed the FOV and resolution to insane levels because they played Quake on a cool supreme level and it just looked broken and silly. And they may have gained skills in playing with those settings. Of course, being compatible PvPing and PvEing is of course important in Mortal as well. So we do of course want to offer as wide option as possible so players can tweak those settings for their preferences. But at the same time we want to have a baseline so things looks all right. It's an immersive MMORPG. We want to make it look believable and we want to make sure it looks as good as it possibly can. But like I said, we're always looking and hearing on specific feedback that, if we can tweak the FOV a little bit like this or that, then we're looking into it. So we will see. Thievery was my childhood. A wide FOV, looks stupid like fisheye. Yeah, that's what I said. A wide FOV makes you look like fisheye, That's what I meant with you playing like an alien in AVP. So it's a balance. We understand that, a lot of players are used to have insane FOV so they can look almost behind them because it's useful in combat, right? But again, we want to set that level range so it's at least equal for everyone and it looks good or all right at least. What gold sinks will there be to prevent inflation? So obviously, of course, we're looking to add natural and important and valuable gold sinks into the game where it makes sense. And building houses and cities is something that most players want to do sooner or later. And that is one obvious big money sink. We're tweaking the cost upkeeps a little bit in this patch as well. They've been quite cheap, so people don't even have to think about upkeep. There's a few good reasons to have upkeep. Again, to make sure that if players are occupying important land, because we know that land space may run out with all the players arriving, even though we have a big world. That means if you're occupying it, then you can hold it forever, even if you became AFK from the game or not, or taking a very long break. You're occupying that land from those that are active in the game. So there always need to be some kind of natural refreshment system. And paying the upkeep is one obvious way. And it's also, it's just a logic balance factor that if you want to own the land, there's going to be a cost along with that. So that is obviously something that's going to expand on along with when you expand housing with different options, TC and so on. Will there be stackable storage like in Atlas? No, the storage is how it is here. You can use shelves, wardrobes, and chests, and You can build a specific TC bank with NPC services. So there are those different storage options. And a guild bank plans. Yes. So again, along with when we're starting to expand with TC, we're gonna offer a lot of those things that are, very useful and effective for a guild to use. And we give the different ranks so the players can always set access individually using these ranks. Hello, Banana Wagga. The armor random distance be fixed. Yeah, so we heard that question a few times. So it's not a bug. It is working as intended, but we do understand that it's too short, right? If you're running against each other or riding, even worse, there's a time when your client get the data and will show the proper armor and clothing and gear. And it's working as intended, but we understand it's too short. So it's kind of, you don't know if what gear he has until it's quite late, right? So we fully understand that. And we are looking to change that value, but it's not just a fix where you can click 10 more meters, done. It's deeply rooted in the whole network solution and performance. Why do we have these numbers that we have? Like I said, a battle of 400 people that we had in our big battle test, around 300 players, 400 players, that's a huge amount of data. And to make that as smooth as possible, everything has to go through the different steps through the network to make sure that performance doesn't choke up, especially when it comes down to combat, right? If your client gets choked up or crash, that's quite a bad experience, the worst possible experience in a fight, right? So we need to be very careful here, not just to crank up values without being very careful about the different measurement we need to take and make sure it works still and don't mess up what we have achieved. So that is why we haven't just cranked up that loading range, but we're fully aware of it. I mean, I witnessed that myself when someone is riding. If you're riding against each other's, loading in each other's, and you're getting information quite late, I fully agree. I would prefer to have that data much earlier. But like I said, it needs to go through these steps and the performance steps to make sure that we don't wreck the performance. So we just need some time, and I'm sure that we're gonna do some tweaks on it to improve it at least. It looks like naked people are running towards me. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree, and I know. And like I said, we plan to improve it, but we can't rush it or do it very quickly. We need more time to go through the different steps and make sure that, it's even worse if you run each other's and you crash, right? Or run to each other's and you have 5 FPS for 10 seconds and they kill you and you can't even act. That would be a worst case, right? So right now we are on the safer side, but we plan to improve it. Show upstairs. So I haven't upgraded. We only have I haven't actually tried placing anything here. No, I can't place walls, and I'm not sure if no. So this area we can't build on. I wasn't sure actually. So you need to build on the inner floors. There's a specific system for how placement works and how it detects things, and that is also the system we're going to use for AI pathing and behavior. So that is also working correctly. Repairs be fixed by release, you think? Yes, so in this next patch, there's been quite a few issues. We had a few bugs that make you not get standings, which is obviously horrible when you have done the work and you're not getting anything. That shouldn't happen. So you will always get the minimum reward, and you can get even more after this patch. So that is fixed. And we're expanding on the tasks as well. We're actually testing a rescue mission on this upcoming patch that it's a little crude right now. You kind of get the point what you're going to do, but in the next patch, again, we're going to actually utilize the cartography player-made maps without the cartography skills still, because we don't have time to fully build that system. But we're going to utilize more of the in-game maps. So when new players leave for Leave Haven, they're actually going to get a crude Milan map, so they kind of have some kind of idea where they are and where they may want to travel. So it helps them quite a lot. And when you do these rescue mission tasks, you will also get a crude map of where there's last scouted NPC that you should find. So it's a interesting new way to do tasks. And again, it's just the beginning of what you're going to get more over time. I mean, it's a fun and cool little system for those that simply doesn't know what to do or just want to run around and do different tasks for the different nations and be able to gain different things like standings, money, and so on. So there will be assassinations, there will be rescue missions, and obviously different types of transport goods missions, and most likely more different types over time as well. It's a cool feature that allows you to do different tasks. So yeah, you will see additional steps with personal standings and all that. And obviously, there were also an issue where you couldn't turn in a parcel item at all. That's also a bug that is fixed in the next patch. So it should all be working better and more options. So yeah. Right, I'm actually wearing this little piece of clothing. What do you think, guys? Looks almost like the Santa with the red clothes. Cool, right? I like it a lot. Really nice armor. So, you know, a mix of a little bit of a common clothing gear, but also a little, what do you say, majory feel. Yes, this is craftable. So this is the light armor clothing. Excellent for mages, no penalty at all, but still give you some bonus. And then obviously, a bit in the future, we plan to add the enchantment systems, which allows you to, again, add specific magical components to your gear, where clothes shine even more, that can have a strong effect using enchantments. So we will see expansion over time as well, when you can make more use of the different gears. Yeah, this is really nice. I like it a lot. And obviously it looks completely different depending on what materials you use. I've seen some really cool examples on tests. So yeah, gonna be cool to see that as well. What's the benefit for mage armor? More light armor, we can get hit for over 10 in. So yeah, we are looking into that as well, where if there are some areas where it makes sense to give some bonuses as well for a mage using clothes, like, you know, your optimal with clothing on, rather than different types of material or heavy armor stuff. So we're looking into that balance a little bit as well, to see if we can get some more juice out of it. No, we don't plan to wipe tomorrow. We plan to implement. So like I said, if everything goes as planned, we're waiting on one setup of hardware that we want to push on the current live server along with the patch, so we don't have to patch them separately. We were supposed to get that hardware today, but we didn't. There was a delay on it. But we have talked to them. They have confirmed that it should arrive hopefully tomorrow. And that's when we plan to patch this big patch with all this content and tons of bug fixes and normal rates on skills and Clade XP. so we can start testing that on a large scale. And then we plan to announce a full wipe just before the release. We will announce the day and time for this, where everything is wiped, and then we're gonna run a new session of, hopefully a lot of you guys wanna jump in again and make a final character creation step and flood the world with all kind of crazy stuff, train your characters in a large scale, so we can make sure it's all indeed running as intended. Node lines will be in the next patch. Wrong rotation. Not this one, but the next one. I wonder if this is reversed. Let me see. I thought No, okay. Nice. And of course, there will be rares to collect in the world to place in your houses as well. Collectibles was a huge value, and there was a huge interest and hunt of rares and collectibles in Ultima Line. And it was really cool and nice, and you could even trade some of those rares for some really impressive stuff. And I can't wait to see that growing in Mortal Line as well. Either you hate it or you don't care, or either you like it or you don't care. It's pretty much like that. But there's always a value in it, so even though you're not deep into it, you can always be surprised. Holy shit, I actually didn't know I had this type of furniture or whatever that had this big value, and I can trade it and make big money on it. So it's gonna be cool. I'm looking forward to that as well, growing in the game. The collectibles, indeed. It's a big was big into rare collecting in Ultima Line. Yeah, it was cool. I was hunting quite a few things as well. I could even trade some of those rares, straight trade for a house or something like that. So quite a insane value over time. Either hate it or don't care. Yeah, obviously it came out wrong order. I just bought a game, Zenwick. Welcome to Mortal Line. I hope you will enjoy the beta. And make use of the re-rolling as much as you can, because if we patch tomorrow, gain rates will be more on normal rates, because we need to start testing that on a larger scale to be ready. Bada boom. Roscoe with the bits. With the launch rates set to normal with housing price and upkeep. Oh my god, holy shit, I missed. Where the hell do I find that message again? Let me take a look. Set to normal. Will housing prices and upkeep change to launch rates then? So housing upkeep will be changed in this next patch. Again, we are fine-tuning the cost for them. The Stronghold and upwards, pretty much, the bigger houses is too cheap. We want to make a clear indication of a small house is pure solo content, and that is quite cheap to construct and build, and upkeep is cheap. But as soon as you go into a larger house or Stronghold and upwards, that is intended to be a team effort. So for not it to feel we want to make sure that solo players doesn't just, when they get rich enough, they all go for Strongholds, which means we need to make sure that the cost to have upkeep on Strongholds, such large buildings, are enough impacting for a solo player or a very small group, so it's more worth it as soon as you become a larger group. That's more natural size to build something together in that size, and it shouldn't be too much of a struggle when you are a decent sized of team. But if you're a solo player, one player, that's when it may become more of a greater task to pay the upkeep. So I hope that makes sense. We game members be capped at 500. So that is our current cap, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not sure. So there's a few things, right? One, do we need more than 500? And the second question is, like I mentioned before, there's always a reason for the different caps we have. And again, often tied to performance and stability. So I'm not entirely sure of how much more room there is without risking any of these limitations that could give us problems. It's more of a question for Sebastian. We know that we wanted to push all those limitations we had from the first game to make it not feel as restricted at all. And obviously the next step is the alliance system that we're going to build, where you can expand your guild members with alliances. So it's right now it's on for sure. I can't answer if that cap's going to remain exactly like that. We will see. What is your plans for veteran points? So we're actually removing that window because it's confusing a lot of new players, and obviously we all know that it will come soon after release. And instead of making it feel like there's a confusion or what's going on, we are removing that section until we fully enable it. But in short, again, I've just mentioned short what that will do to your character. And that means that there's a way for your character to obtain additional experiences which can be distributed to your two different skill trees, actions or professions. And there's different cost on them, how you distribute them. So it's a way to further refine your character and make it, wider, I guess. How do you say it? It gives you more depth in terms of distributing and learning more of the different skills. It's only stam drain when getting hit that is being reverted with the stam changes. Should give more stam buffs, to be honest. Yeah, so there's two things we are removing in this coming patch. It's the one when you get hit, yes, and the other one is when you perform a strike through someone. You hear this little strange sound which confuses some people. It costs more stamina to do those swings, right? The purpose of that was we wanted to promote there's a advantage for shorter weapons, especially in crowded areas. We wanted to promote that, so it makes sense. And obviously the longer, heavy weapon, you have to be more careful and use those correctly rather than just swing left and right. But I think there's a natural penalty already when it's crowded, like, you hit the walls easily and so on. So what do you think, guys? Should we try it without the stam penalty when you do a strike from within a player? Do you know what I mean? What I'm talking about? What is your view on it, guys? Yes. Yeah, it seems like the majority is on that page. It was a good idea from our point of view. We wanted to test it to see if we can promote small weapons, short weapons to long weapons. But again, it always doesn't run out as intended, right? But we've been trying it now for quite a while. So this next patch, we have removed those two penalties to see, does it feel better? So with those two differences removed, you will for sure have more stamina in any fight, no doubt. And then obviously the next question is, are we still lacking stamina after this? We all know, even from Mortal 1, that stam management is one of the key in victory here. Learning how to stam manage is very important, and it can make one player much better than another player, even though he may be better at fighting, but stam managing can actually be one of the outcome of victory. So if we just buff everything here, so everyone get free stamina pretty much, you see what I mean? We need to be careful here so we don't remove player skills and how to be a proper stamina manager. You see what I mean, right? But again, we will see if the next step is, even though that if we need to do something like that. I mean, Alvarines are designed not to have the highest stamina pool, but you know that they have skills that actually allows them to regen stamina faster than anyone else. So again, if you stamina manage your Alvarine correctly, you can get more stamina faster than any other race. But yes, you could have a smaller pool, so you have to learn and be careful about that. But utilizing the faster gain rates, is kind of a key point here. Some Ringclad are a bit strong. So a lot of people have been, or quite a few have think that they have too little stamina, they can't outrun Thursas, etc. But then again, it's a complex question, because just like I said, if they don't care about stamina management and use the right skills to get that advantage, then yeah, they could have problems. So you see, everyone have a little bit different view on that one. Like you said, Tasty Bison, you think their stamina regen clade is a bit too strong. Some doesn't even consider it. I don't know why. And some think it's good, some bad. So it's a tricky one. We're not at all on the same page, at least. And I also wonder if it do they fully understand the different mechanics behind it as well, is one question. I've tested what happens to all the aggression when you upgrade tier and the storage boxes. That should be tested by our test team, and obviously that is some things that you will also be able to test, so we can confirm it on a large scale. That is why we are pushing this live now, as soon as we can. I'm gonna see if my neighbor, I think it's this is one of my neighbor that I've done quite some decoration. I'm gonna take a little visit, see if the door is open, guys, just to show you some proper decoration skills with some little planning. The weak spot system, how is it gonna work? So the weak spot system is in the game right now. There's a few factors. Dexterity has an important role in weak spots, and material have a very important role, and obviously the different weapon parts have a role as well. And then there's additional bonus with gifts and so on. So that is the rules behind a weak spot, pretty much. Let us take a look on this fully upgraded Stronghold to see if they have done anything nice in here. No. Am I right? Let me take a look. Hydrate. Thank you, thank you. I got something in the throat. Ooh, okay, we got a slow load on this one. Okay, let's take a look now. Things like that we are improving and working on as well, as you can see. Okay, so this is pretty cool. It feels like a whole new castle with this kind of structures. Pretty cool. So here is sign in. You know, who are you visiting? Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. You can sit with your group having a FOIP dinner. Let's go up. Yeah, we have some different carpets here as well. Nice, nice. Let's continue up. Can chest be moved? Yes. There's a base chest that I'm not sure if you can move the base chests, but everything else you can move, and you know, you can place more chests where you want. We've got some Chandelier spams here. Nice, nice. Let's see if we got something more. No, I think that's it. But yeah, another example of what you can do with your interiors. And like I said, I hope you guys will invite me to your Strongholds keeps, maybe next stream or something. I would love to see what you can come up with in your interiors. Just with permission system. Yes, exactly. So you have the different ranks for your guilds that allows you to access the different things and chests. So guys, I hope you will do some nice decoration and invite me, and we will take a look what you managed to do. Buy orders when? We are still waiting on that last piece of components before buy orders can be fully enabled, but as soon as we possibly can. Will there be a role player server in the future? No, we don't plan to do separate servers, and hopefully there will be no reason to actually do so. We have a growing role player group in Immortal Online. It's awesome to see different types of player styles arriving, and they're loving it so far. You know, when joining Immortal Online, what's unique and cool is that it's one world. You know, everyone is there, and there's everything from PvP players only, PvP players only, role players, crafters, traders only, explorers, and so on. And that's the beauty. That mix, you know, is what makes Mortal Online unique. So that means everyone, all playstyles, always have to adapt to the dangers and learn about the dangers. And as soon as you learn that, you know, there's a thrill and excitement and something important that gives that unique feeling and experience. And as soon as you learn and adapt to that, you know, you don't have to worry too much about murders and looters, because there's so many options and there's a huge world and whatever you lose is very easy to regain, recraft, or rebuy. So, you know, obviously if you're not running around with, you know, a super treasure that could be a great risk, but you know that and learn that quite early on. So you will prepare those runs very carefully if it's of a high value. And there's always services. There's many guilds to hire to protect you, escort you, or whatever you want. You know, money talks in Mortal Online as well. Let me see, I saw little bits I missed here. Do you lose your collectibles in your house if it's destroyed? So yeah, after a while everything is decaying when destroyed. So we're gonna go through the rules of that more in details so everyone knows exactly what happens. So right now there's a low defense when your house is in construction state, which makes it vulnerable for attack. But when it's fully constructed, the defense value is quite high, which means to practically destroy someone's house, you need to invest in siege mechanics and machineries, and those are not cheap or quick. So we hope to promote house builders, doing cool things, building cities and so on. And you don't have to be worried about getting it ninja destroyed overnight just for the sake of it. The real reason to lose a house or something like that is if you have created enemies for sure, or refuse to move because you're building on enemy ground, something like that. Then it's of course, you know, makes sense why they would invest in trying to destroy. So we want to promote this type of content as well. So there's a reason to go in conflict, or you know, live on your own and go at all this. What did you learn from more than one? Oh my god, what did we learn? We learned 16 years of experience and development, and in all kind of categories, from, you know, weakness, security, to gameplay, what's fun, what's not fun, features, stability, everything. You know, we did a lot of trial and error. We went, you know, through all the hurdles and loops, and had quite a struggle over the years. And experience is so valuable, you know, incredible valuable. And with that experience now and data is why it's a day or a night difference between Mortal 1 and Mortal 2. I mean, it's not almost not comparable what kind of quality step up it is in all categories. You know, if you remember a release of Mortal 1, we had a server crash every 10 minutes for weeks. And then we managed to improve it slightly, and so it went on for months. So it feels incredible to have such high quality and stability so early in combat beta already. So yeah, it's, you know, so valuable, and it's so many things that we have learned. When you think Unreal 5 will be implemented? We don't have a date yet, but we made an announcement about it on the market that, you know, it looks to be more ready than we initially thought a few months ago. So we are still following that progress, and we're actually taking the step sooner than we first expected, because there's a few things that we heavily benefit from that engine. There's also a few things we need to work on for quite a while before we know that it's ready to take the switch over. We want to make sure that performance is still solid, obviously, so it's not a downgrade. And we need to make sure that it has the Mortal Online look, but improved in Engine 5. So we'll make an update on that, and it will be on the roadmap sooner or later when we expect that to move over to the new engine. Will Spider Claws Queen be dominatable? Will Necro include decays? You will be able to dominate most things, including those spiders, but the Clothes could be out of reach. The Spider Queen were dominatable in the first game. But this time around, we are investing a lot of efforts into our PV and bosses and specific creatures, as you have noticed so far. And we have a lot of cool content and stuff up in upcoming patches as well when it comes to PvE and exciting boss fights. So obviously, some of those creatures, we plan to allow you to dominate a Spider Queen and even the trolls, but with specific requirements. You can't just go in there and take the queen, but you may be able to find an egg, and if you hatch that egg, you may be able to dominate that weaker mind or more acceptable mind to take dominance over it. And a troll, a little bit similar there. You may not just run out in the forest to go at it. There's ways where you need to put fear or control in a magical way in these creatures. And when it comes to the troll specifically, as you can understand, we can't just allow you to have the same kind of creature stats, powers, and attacks because of natural balance, because everyone can be able to be dominators, which means we need to be, again, careful about balance, right? We don't want that to be the only thing to compete in everything. So what we do there is that they will be younger and weaker, and you will also be forced into state in some cases. For instance, the troll. We have created a chain rope system, or working on, when it comes to dominate a troll, which means you're holding it in this chain and control it with, your mind in some ways. And there's a risk involved, and you can also not just run around, without taking care of these tools. So if you mess up these steps of controlling it with chain, etc., you may lose control, etc. So there's a risk involved with some of those a little bit more powerful creatures, and they may also not give you all the attacks that they naturally have because of, again, the explanation is that you can't really communicate all of that magically. It doesn't understand. But some of those more powerful attacks, you will be able to command them. And if you do that in the right timing, he can perform those attacks. If you miss that command or target, you have used that attack and there's a cooldown on it. So we plan to have some quite exciting gameplay feature that ties to player skills and limitation in different way. And that, I think, is a natural evolution for us when it comes to expanding on beast mastery and domination, to make it exciting, but with risks, reward again, and adding player skills. So you can't just get the strongest creature in the world, say attack, and then run on the other direction and hope for the best. You have to maintain your creature and perform focused attacks, etc. So that is our new way of balancing beast mastery and dominated creatures. We are working on domination now as well. It should actually be in this next patch, but we don't have the step that I just described in terms of the chain system, and you're not gonna just be able to go up to the Spider Queen or Troll and dominate them. So like I said, there's a few steps to get that deeper, reaching out to those specific creatures. A lot of people are worried about domination and say they would probably quit depending on it. Really hope it's done right. If you put it in, we want to foot fight. Yeah, just like I said, we are not adding... it's not going to be how it was in the first game, where you got more and more powerful creatures without having to control them or perform actions or having player skills involved. That is the missing part. And like I said, you won't have the troll, for instance, that you're fighting now. It won't be as powerful and strong and have those attacks. It will be a younger troll, and you will have those tools to maintain it and have... For it to be effective at all, you have to control it, pretty much. When can we sit down in shares? We were hoping to have that as soon as possible as well. I've discussed that one with Daniel a bit. It's not that easy as you may think. That it's not a quick thing. We need to go through quite a few things before we can enable that function. Sadly, would be lovely to have now to sit down in the shares, obviously, but we need to wait a little bit more as of now. Hardcore whining player versus balanced crowd will leave anyway. I mean, we said many times that this is a game with extreme complex and hundreds of options for different play styles. And obviously some play styles will be exciting for some, while some are not as exciting for some. And there will always be those that will love to have everything on foot fight and that's it, because they enjoy that, obviously. But there will be a lot of different options of play styles, as it should be, and how we have described the game since the first day. Some of them are investing skills and points into controlling beasts and creatures and magic, and they have another weakness for doing so. They're not investing in their weapons and so on. They're investing in these creatures or whatever it is. And there will always be weakness tied to all these different play styles, pros and cons pretty much. And there will never be a perfect balance in all these different groups, because it's not meant to be. I mean, how do you balance a tamer with a mounted archer, or there's so many different options and tools that some builds will simply be more efficient versus others, and some of them may be more equal to each others. Same with weapons and materials and all that. Everything can't be on the same line. It's impossible. And it's a complex living world. So just like in real life, some things are simply more effective against some situations, and some other situations they may be less effective. How is the magic system in the game? So currently we only have 2 of the basic magic schools out of 12 in the long run, and those 2 schools are very important and core magic of the game pretty much. Ecumenical, the first one, is it have a little bit of everything. Important tactical skills, healing skills, damage, spells, not skills, spells. And the Spiritist school is more focused on the dead other world. They can resurrect players, so it's also a very important core school for players to control.
Oh my god.
And then there would be different types of, from common to more rare to extremely rare schools. So it will expand a lot, and all schools have very different rules on how they cast and how they work. Kark. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you so much.
Oh my god,
Oh
another
my
one.
god.
Another one.
Thank you for saying basic and not support. I mean, you are not successful without a mage in your group. So it's a good support skill setup as well, for sure. Having a healer.
Oh my
And
god,
also, I don't know if
Another
there's a
one.
lot of things coming into the game now where magic is also very useful and almost required in some cases. And it's only expanding from here on and forward. Magic cannot survive 1 versus 1. Mages are only group support based. Yeah, I do hear though quite a bit of differences. A while back,
Oh my god, another one.
I got quite a lot bombarded by players saying mages are too powerful, you need to nerf them, they kill me 1-on-1, they're way too powerful. And then we hear just like here. Right now, mages cannot survive 1 versus 1. Mages are only group support based. And that tells us something, right? Different situations, different skills, different opinions. Mages can do quite damaging spells. And if they play correctly and avoid a melee fighter getting close to them, they can be quite dangerous 1 versus 1 or even 1 versus 2 in some cases. But yeah, naturally they are a key component to any group fight from PvP to PvE. And then I guess it depends on who you ask if they are viable or not on 1 versus 1. We can invite melee fighters. Melee has to be very bad. No, so obviously one big factor is the environment. Where are you fighting and how? And you know, when you're in combat mode, and if you're not a Vila, you can't even jump up on things, which, for instance, a mage can do, which is not in combat mode. That is one, you know, key component that is quite big.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
And you can also build speedy mages. Quite popular build is Dex Mage build. Quite weak, but they are fastest in the game in the right setup. And if you act correctly, melee fighter will never reach you, pretty much.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Dual wielding will come later. We need to rebuild that system as well. It wasn't working good enough in the first game.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
How will it work? Dual wield. So in the first game, you control left or right hand, and you know, one component you could have a blunt weapon one, piercing in the other one, or anything like that. But it wasn't really practical to use that in a fight, so it was mostly used for utilizing some of the special attacks move, like a double strike, triple strike, you know, things like that. We will get some of those moves again over time, so you can perform different strikes with the different weapon groups. But this time we think that we can do something more creative and interesting with dual fights. You know, a lot of players coming from many other games thought that it was a little lackluster to play as a dual fighter how it was in the first game. And we kind of agree. I think there's room for a big improvement when fighting with two weapons. And a common way is to utilize speeds using two weapons, right? May not be as powerful, but you can use the two swings in different ways. So we're looking to experiment with that a little bit more and see if we can get that more exciting, nice play feel with two weapons and offer that later, but not right now. Can't run away proper in a tournament. No, of course, isolated tournament, flat arena, or something like that will obviously be quite different. So again, there's two different things when we're talking about PvP balance, right? One is isolated flat area fights, one-on-one or group fights. The other one is real scenario group fights out in the wild, which is very different from one-on-one fights. And of course, we need to make sure that we do our best focus to support a real scenario war scenario fight rather than just focusing on one-on-one, because that is more isolated setup fights that is, you know, different from a real fight scenario, if you know what I mean. So things changes a lot when you're dueling compared to having a group fight or anything like that. It completely changes how you fight and so on. And you know, majority think that group fights are quite well balanced on its own, and it's working very well. 1v1 duel is quite different, right? You know, it's fun to duel, and you can practice infinite when dueling, and that's what a lot of people are doing. But it is quite different from a real war group fight. Or I just about extra skill investment to use poleaxes. Poleaxes is quite popular, they're quite powerful, so we do see a lot of poleaxe users. We do not see a lot of pole sword users though, and that is why we plan to do a little tweak on that weapon group, and hopefully more people will be able to use it. New ways to gain rep. Yeah, so there will be additional task managers spread out, and we're actually adding the new rescue mission as a test next. It's lacking some information and such, but you'll figure it out, right? But in the next one, we plan to give you a proper map and more information, so you know exactly what's going on, even for a new player. And then again, we will further expand it even further next. But we will start with two basic nation tasks. It's running missions, transporting, and rescue missions. Rusklore, and it is if the ecumenical shield spell you talked about being before launch. Right now, I can't say for sure if it's gonna be in for launch or not. Like I said, we have quite limited coders, and we need to reach that milestone. And you know, a lot is going towards polishing right now, polishing, bug fixing, and also we're working on some of those tools. You know, you're all aware of the limitation our GMs have had throughout the beta. Now we're getting all those tools in place, testing those, making sure it's working. So we need to make sure that all those are on the, you know, a proper level before we can continue on some of those that we see a little bit more as a bonus. Yeah, Modern 1 Pole Sword was quite popular for sure. When we have Kite Shield. So again, that is also a lot of animation work that we require to add those new type of shields, because you hold them quite differently. And the combination of with all those weapons, it's quite a lot of work. So we simply need more animation work, more animators, and hopefully we'll be able to hire more on release so we can get more of those and faster. So to learn to resurrect with Spiritism, you know, doesn't have to be an extremely hard task, but there are additional steps in Spiritism which makes it quite unique and powerful, like opening portals, right? And learning to do that effectively is, you know, the end game for a Spiritist pretty much. But we're looking over the balance and how you should be able to obtain all these things, and at what degree currently. When usable beds. We will see. Like I said, there's a lot of those small cool features and bonuses we can add to a few of these decorations as well. Not just only a visual thing, but a bed can actually give you some reserve bonuses when logging out in your bed. Things like that make sense, and that's something we want to add over time. Multiverse lore is very hard to get at this time. It is very hard currently, yes. But like I said, some of them are meant to be difficult or a challenge to get. And you can either try to do them yourself as a group, or you can buy them eventually on the market. There will be more and more over time, without a doubt. And everything is pretty much traded. Everything is player driven. There's a broker system that is flourishing and will do even more so on release, where you can pretty much get anything from the broker over time. So you just need money. Wagons we are working on after release. We don't have an exact time frame. So again, after release, after the initial chaos and madness, obviously, we're gonna go through again roadmap and all that, and try to have that updated so everyone can see where those different things are coming in, or what we are aiming for at least. Further away from melee combat. No, melee combat will always be a base core mechanic that is required to do a lot of things in the game. But like I said before, the game is also meant to have more roles and styles, like Beastmasters, mages and such. But like I said, we are taking our time to make sure that the balance is where we want it to be, and that there's as much player skills involved as possible. And that is why we are rebuilding parts of the Beast Mastery compared to the first game, where there wasn't as much player skills involved in those professions specifically. Looking at RP tools, sitting chairs, walking, etc. Yes, for sure. We do have walking. You hold control like this. A really nice walking animation. But yes, we are trying to get the sitting animation in shares as soon as we can. It's not a quick thing to do, and that is the only reason we don't have it yet. But hopefully we will have it as soon as possible. We need a little bit more manpower on the animation side. We are really, focusing on the highest importance right now is we need to get all those creatures, bosses, PvE content finished, because it's our requirements for our schedule for release. And after that, that's when we can expand on different areas again. And like I said, hopefully we can hire more developers after release to expand these areas. I'm wearing the new armor, the Jedi-inspired armor piece, which looks really awesome, and obviously looks very different depending on the materials. It's called Rugged Garments. It's Matt's name. So, Rugged Garments. Consider moving veterinary to secondary. It seems really weak for primary skills. I agree that it needs some tweaks. It's quite a slow one, and the effect is not as intended. So you can expect to see some tweaks on it. Will that be out this patch? Yes, you will be able to craft your own rugged garments. We need wine pipes and tabletop games, visual impairments when smoking or drinking, etc. For sure, and we will get that. I'm very much longing for having those kind of features. We can sit down here, smoke the pipes, and VoIP and FOIP. And yes, we have actually built our first table game now. It's done and finished and really cool. And it's a system that we can expand on a few more games to support it on that. But the only reason we don't have it ready for our upcoming patch is we don't have the user interface and the client side fully finished. So we need additional work there. And those artists are simply occupied with other areas before they can go to that field. The armor we've never used, you can use colored and armor of almost same monogram. Yeah, we're actually looking into that currently. We're discussing that internally to see what we can do. Obviously, this is how we see the most optimal mage armor, light clothing that's supposed to be optimal for mages. But yes, we need to look into the mana penalty and all that to see how we can better support that vision. So we are looking into it. What kind of improvement will we be looking at for the new server hardware? Anything specific that will be fixed with it or improved? Marcon42, thank you for the subscription. So the new hardware is almost twice the performance, double performance than we have right now. So we're pushing it to the next gen, what's available on the market currently. And so everything, obviously the hardware is the heart where we run all the network software. So it's very important that we push that as far as possible. And we have internal tools that shows kind of, the performance on all tasks happening in the world. And depending on that data, we can see when the load is getting heavier and heavier in the different areas. And pretty much what this does is that load is being halved. So obviously that is increasing the threshold by almost a half in many areas, which is amazing for us. I mean, it's a very effective way to get double the performance by just replacing the hardware. We've been testing and evaluating everything on the old hardware, and all those numbers are showing us what we're looking at, what kind of setup we have to do with the hardware, etc. But now with the next gen hardware, we're getting twice the performance in all those areas. And we've been working so much on optimizing and improving network parts throughout the beta and the stress test, and done super big improvements. But yeah, it's just awesome to be able to get new hardware, and bam, we got twice that performance again. So, for you, I guess you won't be experienced much, but in short, we can handle more players, more actions in different ways on the server without performance going down.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god,
Another
one. Did we get a lot of gifts? Yeah, Sloppy's Joe with the gifts. Thank you, man. Thank you. When is crouching coming? I have no date, but we will most likely add crouching. We have looked into it and we see that it can work and fit in our game. It will allow you to pretty much crouch in certain circumstances, but it won't be a very quick fight crouch where you do it and it starts looking silly, and that's become the new meta. So we're not gonna go into that one, but efficient way to crouch, which also may make it harder to see. You can hide better, and you can sneak up on enemies, and AI will obviously hear and see you less as well. Any outburst tweaks in the pipeline? What kind of tweaks are you meaning, T-Sonig? Let me scroll down a little bit. I'm a little behind here. When we ever get a way to improve weapons with magical abilities. So enchantments are coming later, both for armors and weapons. Major useless in solo PvE with current mana. So there are some changes coming, and there are also a few creatures in the world that you simply have to use magic to kill or hurt. So I wouldn't say they're useless in PvE. They will be a requirement in some cases. And yeah, overall, it may not be the most effective school currently to use ecumenical spiritist to fight all the different creatures in the world. Most animals have a weak resistance, and some may get even weaker now to get a little bit more juice and options. And like I said, there will be a specific creature that really requires magic damage to be effective, where they shine. And then there will be other magic schools that will simply be even more effective in PvE compared to ecumenical. Can kill 10 zombies running around like a moron with a sword, while the mage kills 2 with his pets. Yeah, I also saw a few mages that gather a group of walkers and then earthquake them, and bam, got 10 at the same time. Quite effective as well. But yeah, I mean, there will be different ways where they are effective and not as effective, and there will be more magic that gives even more of these options, just like many other groups. I mean, we're gonna have crossbows not too far away from release is the plan. The different types of shields, we're getting the tower shields that really covers a lot of your character, which also changes melee quite a bit there with those options. And yeah, we're looking into some of the components that also affects magic on shields, and in some cases, like we said, enchantments that again give different options against magic. And release date to implement that, the hardware. So yeah, we were supposed to get the hardware today, and that's why we were planning to patch today along with that, so we don't have to do another patch just for the hardware. And yeah, it was delayed. I've talked to the host provider, and they said that most likely tomorrow then. So tomorrow the live server will get the new improved hardware, if that goes as planned, that is. And that, means that we'll be patching this patch on live. What are plans on for fixing found and finding themselves stuck on the ground? So yeah, we really appreciate that you report all those locations, because that's exactly what's needed. So our system is working. What happens is that there's several cases out in the world. It's a huge world where meshes is under meshes with damage built under them, and that causes those situations, which is obviously a bad gaming experience. And our devs can't just fly around to find all these locations. It's too time consuming at this point. But all those reports that you guys are finding where this happens is super valuable for us. And we have dedicated people now just going through that list. And it's everything from stuck locations, floating things, hole in the terrains, to hopefully many of those animals under the ground walking around there. We just need to go through them. And that's what we're doing currently. Does double performance mean you can have 2 character slots now? So we are fully aware that many want to have options to have 2 characters at least, to not have to choose one style and have more usable options. At the same time, we want to be careful about what we mentioned so many times, what we want to promote in our game. When it comes, you can't be everything, and we want you to trade and interact with other players, and you can focus on what you enjoy the most, and then the other types of players or groups will mix and match the different styles. But I'm struggling myself by finding what clade, for instance, should I pick, and what am I going for, what kind of skill setup. It's a struggle, it's difficult to choose because there's a lot of interesting things. So we always had this idea, and it's kind of in the background here on the table, where we wanted to utilize the diva system to possible allowing 2 characters sharing name and reputation, and brothers, sisters, whatever we call it, with the diva system, that could possibly allow us to offer something like that. We don't have time to go through that right now, but I'm just saying that it's been a plan and a thought for quite a while, but we're not sure yet, and there's a few more things we need to go through before we know for sure and exactly where we stand with that. Boom. Ooh, got a raid. The Keybase house with the raid. Thank you, man, and welcome to the stream. No crouching in heavy armor. Yeah, things like that make sense. Perhaps that there should be limitation when you go really heavy. Things like that is something we need to obviously go through and consider when adding those new functions. How does it make sense if archers can turn while aiming, while mages can't turn while casting? The explanation behind it that makes sense is that a mage needs to stand still and use his both hands and focus on the spell. If he's just sitting on a mount using both hands, focus on the spell, then it works. But if all of a sudden needs to steer as well, he breaks the focus. That's the explanation. It's an ant invasion. You will have to see, Tasty Bison, if there is an ant invasion or not. Mages are not useless in PvE, you just need to get better and use the right spells. They are bad at farming Rysas, sure. Yeah, like I said, we see so many different feedbacks and opinions and suggestions that often that tells us a quite clear direction on what the status is, right? That based on that feedback, thousands of players, we can quite easily see if it's never used, bad or underpowered or buggy, or if it's useful, different options, and a lot of players are enjoying it. And that is a very powerful indication that obviously we make use of when working on balance and tweaks, and been doing so over the whole beta. And yes, there's no doubt that there's a huge part for mages, both in PvE, PvE, and a requirement in many cases, and it can be effective and non-effective depending on spells and depending on what you're hunting, just like you said as well. But like I said, we are still, we just have a small part of magic still. Like I said, we have 12 schools in the plans, right? So obviously with a few more schools, you're going to have a lot more options. And some of them may be even more effective against, common PvE.
Another one.
Jedi Knight Vulcan, thank you for the subscription. Let me scroll down a little bit. Sorry if I'm missing a few questions there, but I'm falling way behind. Loving the game, keep it up. Thank you. The Keybase House. MASTs with legs, mages are nerdy and don't have that physical ability. Exactly. Your mage need to stand still, focus with your hands. If he's walking or moving his leg to control the horse, then boom. His focus is uninterrupted. Like I said, other magic schools will require different things. Like some of them you can walk, run, use one hand, then things are changing. Lightning, Fulmination, and Mental Project are amazing for PvE on most creatures. Exploding most animals is effortless. Great lore with subscription. We get Karite and handed blades. The hilt is mentioned in the profession but not unlockable. I'm not 100% sure. There could be things that are not enabled yet or missing in the game, along with, for instance, one specific armor, a very famous armor that is being unlocked on release. So you guys took about a year to implement materials in houses, walls, giving different color health in Mortal Online. Is this ever coming back? So yeah, we will allow you to change some of the materials to get some different looks where it makes sense and fits. So there will be more options for you to change interior and exteriors, change, some type of materials. And then we will also expand on making sure that the environment actually gets represented on the exterior. For instance, if you're building in sand, you may see sand rising up at the exterior walls. If you're in the jungle, you may see some plants growing, stuff like that, that makes it fit better in a biome. And that is something we're planning for as well. And the third is completely different types of designs. So you'll be able to pick clade-inspired designs eventually. So over time, you will see housing expand a lot with a lot of different options. And like we mentioned, we want to make sure that you can, without too much of a hurdle, upgrade or change into another style if you prefer to change over time when those get patched in. So you don't have to do something stupid like obviously destroy a house and build something new. We plan to allow you to go into a construction state again, convert them, add the required resources, and you can pick a new layout as long as it fits. My only hope is that you add a few more mobs that are weak to magic. The turtles being very easy for mages to kill compared to melee was a very neat thing to see. Yeah, that is, on our design mind when it comes to adding different mobs. We don't want them all to be the same and kill the same way. There will be more stretched differences, just like you said, some will be heavily resistance versus arrows, piercing, and have auto weakness. Everything from blunt, piercing, slashing, and magic. How can a mounted archer steer left and right while aiming? They use their legs to control the mounts. Knees, exactly. Yeah, I see you cover that one. Will hunting skill be a thing? I can see a guild becoming like a witch class. So we just enabled Zoology lore skills to give an effect, which means you can be efficient bear hunter killer, for instance, if you learn the Sulgi of that. So that means they do less damage against you and you do more damage against them. I guess that adds a little bit towards that. So if you have problems versus a specific family Sulgi skill, then you can actually learn that skill to be more efficient against that family. Yeah. I'm stout, but when I'm fighting, running, do some action, I lose weight, and as next hit point and strength, how do not losing it? So yeah, we're trying to give more tools that are easily maintainable for players when it comes to monitoring your weights, where you need it to be up or down. So we want to make sure that there is proper ways of making food, so you can talk to your local chef, or even in some case alchemy, which allows you to more efficiently go down or up in weights. We want to give a little bit more control and value and power behind food cooking skills to further refine that pretty much. I'm an alchemist, wondering how long it's going to take to get more flora in game. We have a list of flora that we are deploying close to release. We are filling the world with different things like more creatures, a few thousands wild animals throughout the world. A few new ones as well, obviously. More hidden treasure and you know, hidden things to discover. And flora. So we will add additional flora types in various locations as well. Also can use the legs to steer mage count, as that will break their concentration. Indeed, indeed. Coffee grinds with bits. Will Beastmaster have benefits for horses, mounts, like a sprint or a back kick? Also, you missed a bit question up a bit. Yeah, I missed a few questions. I was falling way behind. So, you know, there's a delay as well on stream. So when you hear me talking about something old, it may feel a little disconnected with the chat. So I do that sometime. But regarding your question, yeah, so like I said, there's quite a few things coming in with Beast Mastery. Like I said, we're adding the more powerful attacks that you can unlock with Beast Mastery, but also you control those attacks. So more player skills in also more exciting way to be a good Beast Master. If you do things correct, you can be effective. If you do things not correct, you will just stand there being very ineffective, and your pets may be dying without making use of it. And we will see if it makes sense that some of the common animals can also gain a command for attack. And I think it makes sense that you could actually give a command to do a back kick on your horse. It's you know, makes sense, and it could fit. So we could actually add quite a few of those tied with the additional Beast Mastery steps coming in. You know, as long as it makes sense and fits, we may add that. So we will see when we get a little bit closer to that again. What games do you play when you have time? Good question, good question. You know, every now and then I'm missing playing a good game. As I said, I am a gamer. I played a lot when I was young, almost my whole life, obviously. I take a lot of inspiration from them, and you know, I want to feel that magic of gaming experience every now and then. Unfortunately, I haven't had any time pretty much the latest month or even year you know, I think the latest game I played, which was quite a while ago now, was actually Doom, the new Doom 3, right? And it was a cool game. A lot of actions, you know, jumping very quickly. I could have fun. I've been a Doom master in the Nordic Championship, so those old school skills are quickly refreshed. I enjoy that game. It was a fun game to jump in and have some action in it, and I could easily jump out again. Sadly, I haven't really been able, like I said, to play as much as I would like. And I also do spend a lot of time in Mortal Online. If I'm not in the game, when I do have a spare moment, I'm always watching some of you guys streaming the game, which is both entertaining and useful for many different things. I spy on you guys to see how you play the game, and also what new players think about the game and how they experience their first step. It's always very interesting to see that happening. I do have a PlayStation, but I don't use it anymore. But I did play God of War 3 on that one. I really love that game. Really nice and really cool. And you know, that first encounter when you start the game, you can look exactly like him pretty much in when you make a Calla, right? In Mortal Online. It's scarily close visually, which is really cool. I don't remember what his name was, one of the gods or half gods, right? You know who I'm talking about if you play the game. And before that, I always jumped in and out of EVE Online for many years, but again, I haven't really had the time for a long time now. And I tried quite a few different strange games every now and then as well. The last half MMO I played I was very disappointed about it. Which one was it? Wait, let me see. Yeah, Destiny 2. I heard so much praise and rewards for that game, so I thought I gotta try it, right? So I jumped into that game, and I couldn't feel it at all. I was quite disappointed. No depth, no satisfaction, just run around and shooting without any satisfaction. So it was not for me. I know that a lot of players love it. It got high ratings, and it looks to be a cool, awesome game, but I couldn't feel it. I don't know why. And also, like, I'm a old Diablo fan from Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. Always been following it since that game. I started playing Diablo 1. That was the thing that started things for me. I remember after I played Diablo for quite a while, it gave me pure magic. That's when I got approached by Origin, a group that were looking for testers, and they invited me to Ultima Online. Bam. That's where everything started. Pure magic. I love that feeling, being so pulled into a game and just loving everything and planning everything, just as I see things happening now in Mortal Online 2. That's the nostalgic feeling I'm looking for, and you know, seeing that players are experiencing that and feeling that in Mortal Online gives me so much joy, and you know, that satisfaction of getting so close to that magic again. Obviously, you know, I love playing Mortal Online, and I will play it as much as I can. But all the secrets, you know, obviously is spoiled, sadly. But you know, I will at least participate in all the other areas that is not secrets. So yeah, Path of Exile, Diablo 1, 2. What do you think about Diablo 4? How that's gonna be? Is it gonna be another WoW clone, which Diablo 3 was? What a disappointment, sadly. I was hoping they would go back to the roots like Diablo 2, but it was more like World of Warcraft than Diablo, which was insane. So question is how Diablo 4 gonna play out. We will see. And I'm way behind. Try Path of Exile. I played it a lot since it released. I enjoyed Path of Exile very much. So much better than Diablo 3, in my opinion. It was closer to that feel that Diablo 2 gave me than Diablo 3. So yeah, I did play Path of Exile quite a lot. And I actually played it a little bit a few months ago again, just to jump back to see their progression. They added a lot.
Oh my god.
So yeah, I like that game too. Hammer time with the $1. Thank you, man. Just wanted to say good job on the game. I had a question which might be personal, but what does your dad think about making games for a living? Mine never approved. Thanks. Good question. So a few things here. When I was a kid, right, my friends got their first gaming consoles and want to play games, and I was so into that. I wanted my own gaming console, but my parents didn't want me to get one of those gaming consoles. They didn't see the value in that. However, my cousins were, getting their first computer ever. They're real old. What was it? Commodore 64. Really old computers. And I got interested about that to see what's about that. And they were coding their own games. My cousins are genius. They were way before their times, and they showed me, the first steps towards making their own games. And I was fascinated and thought, holy shit, this is cool. I want to do this more. And so I learned a little bit how to code, and they gave me some stuff to code in my own. So I got a computer from my parents. They thought that there's, a little bit more value in a computer, more. I guess they saw that just playing games back then was maybe not as giving when I was that young, but a computer could give more something out of it, if you know what I'm trying to explain here. So I got my first computer at least, and the journey started there. And then obviously as time progressed, more and more exciting games actually came to the computers, right? I remember the first games I played that started it for me, those classic Doom, and then Quake, StarCraft, Warcraft, those obviously made it go big, go outside, exactly. But anyway, so fast forwarding, so that kind of made more into something more that I looked into how to create things and affect things rather than just play on a console. So I kind of think that I'm grateful that they supported me in having a computer and see the value in that at least. And so I covered both work, trying coding and doing things next to playing as well. And so and then of course time moved forward. Years of the years, I got more and more into how things works, everything from building hardware, computer, to software in various areas. And of course a big gamer fan. So that was the difference. They didn't really want me to have a console, like I said, but a computer was fine. Commodore 64, Amiga 500, exactly. Those were the computers I used. So, but yeah, then of course the later year, pretty much up till Ultima Line, when I really felt that this is something I want to do, because the technology isn't really there. They just scratched the surface of what can be done, even though they made something amazing. And and I thought, okay, this is what I want to do, because I felt that I got so deep into the Ultima Line where things wasn't really, it wasn't global, right? You had to use a modem to call up, and you paid the services, and using a credit card online on the internet was scary business. So, I was lucky enough, again, that my parents actually thought, all right, let's try it, let's see what it can bring. And now afterwards, we saw that it brought us some amazing, amazing future, because everything of this led up to me wanting to commit and study more of game development, build a network, and starting the journey in making the perfect MMO, which obviously was, jumping from making a game to, casual things, to making the absolutely most challenging difficulty type of game you ever can do. Jumping straight to that was madness, right? And it showed, we managed somehow to get there, move forward, and get things done, which very few managed in the world. We had a lot of contact with different MMO makers in the world, and 95% of them failed or put down the project. So somehow we managed to struggle through that uphill battle, and again learn so much over the 16 years to get a new shot and chance with being, fully prepared and have the knowledge this time around, and finally make the game we dreamt to deliver, in the first game so many years ago. So everything led up to this place. And yeah, you mentioned what my father thinks. Your father doesn't approve. Unfortunately, my father passed away 2013, and he was a very big supporter of when I started Strongholds and started the journey to make Mortal Line. So he was with me all those years, struggling uphill battle with Mortal 1. And he was very passionate in trying to help the way he could. He wasn't a game developer at all, but he'd been running a business on his own and was a very good, solid foundation for me to lean on and get a lot of help and support from. And he was always super passionate about helping and caring about the project. And when he saw that I was stressed and we were stressed with the game and we were running uphill battle, he felt that as well and got very stressed and passionate and trying to follow it. It was like both my mom and dad was pretty much following the whole journey for the years. Yeah. And yeah, of course, the only sad thing is now that my father can't be here to experience the, reaching those amazing goals, and actually things are working as intended this time, and we are hitting those goals and roadmaps, and all the amazing feedback from you guys, thousands of players showing up, loving the game, sharing the vision, and seems to really enjoy what we have done over all these years. So yeah, I'm sure he's watching down from above and see that it was worth all the hard work for all these years. So yeah, but yeah, I'm lucky. I had two supportive parents that believed in me. I remember I first said what I needed and what was trying to do, and my father looked at me a little bit like this, and my mom was, "Yeah, I believe in you. Sure, you will do that." And the rest of the world was, "No, you don't do it like that, and it's impossible. Join a company instead. Join massive Ubisoft in Malmo and work there instead. That's how you do it. Don't risk into the gaming industry and get investors to and so on." So a lot of people were working against me personally when I was trying to start it like this, because I knew that the only way to make something unique like Mortal Line was to do it ourselves, because no one else would. And yeah, today I'm obviously very happy that I didn't give up, even though it was close a few times. And yeah, I think we have reached an amazing milestone now, and it's only the beginning in the 25th of January, guys, and I hope to see you all there. It's going to be really exciting, and I guess a little chaotic as well initially. It's very difficult to avoid that. I don't think anyone have managed to avoid chaotic madness during these releases. Just look at New World with 1,000 times more resources than we do have. Brusler donated, thank you. Will there be a mechanic to let yourself out of someone's house? You fight in the house and it becomes a jail cell. Would make sense. You can't steal, but at least let yourself out. Yeah, we have to look into that. Right, so the normal houses, if you manage to walk in there and someone closes your door and it's locked, then yeah, that's tough luck, right? If there's a roof, you can always jump off that, like from a stronghold up. But yeah, it's something you need to consider. We will expand with more tools and options over time that makes things more convenient and effective, quality of life and such. But right now, you at least know the premises and rules, right? So you can adapt to that. And you can always fall back to a resurrect at your home priest or nearest priest as a, minimum escape, I guess. God bless. Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work. Ibrahimovic of game designers. Yeah. Wonderful story to share. Yeah, I'm happy to share some of our, thinking back of all these years. There's so many things that happened that I could probably make a quite exciting documentary or a book that is quite entertaining, because so much that have happened and so many crazy things that no one could have dreamt of. I would never have dreamt that those things could happen, that happened over the years, could actually make something quite entertaining for sure. So much. So yeah, it's I think it's interesting to share a lot of that, for those that are interested, obviously. Now, as would cause there's no money in it, but since you have the passion and aren't chasing fake money, we love you for it. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a big swift or a change that is, looking very exciting for Mortal Line in its future, and not only Mortal Line, but also, potential additional sandbox MMOs. Back in the days, what I thought was a pure and real sandbox experience was, coming from Ultima Line, and I know a lot of you guys know what that means. Mortal Line is very close to that in terms of core mechanics. But then Blizzard made World of Warcraft that put it all on the map, right timing, right IP, and the technology and internet was more accepted and world scale. Everything was right timing for them, and their huge IP made it a world success, right? And that obviously changed everything. This is how a sandbox is for 99% of the world. And since then, obviously, everyone has tried to copy that because that's the biggest success ever. So it makes sense, right? All those big companies with big investments, of course, they would try to compete with that. And that's why we have hundreds of WoW clones out there. But that's also where things lost track, I think. What happened with the sole roots of a true sandbox MMO? It also kind of damaged a lot of players thinking, oh no, you can't PvP and lose things. That is crazy, because we were all used and spoiled by that thought of World of Warcraft. And I think that is sad, because a real gaming experience that gives you either a super funny experience or a crazy experience or a scary experience or a adrenaline pumping experience, that is for me a true sandbox experience. Not just running around casually with one mouse on the keyboard or one hand on the mouse and just sitting there auto running through the whole world, not caring about any risk or danger. You know your levels, nothing happens, and it's just a quest grind from one to end. For me, that can be nice and cool, but it's something different, right? And I'm looking for that other type of experience that Mortal Line can give you. But what also changed, so when we released Mortal 1 again, so the big thing was it was all World of Warcraft clones, that's it, and we were struggling with all these issues. Unexperienced technology was half broken, we didn't have the core pillars in place, too hardcore, no newbie experience, no nothing, instability, everything crashing every 5 minutes. That obviously gave us a pure hell uphill battle on release, and it never could really kick off with that chaotic starts. This time all of those things are solved and are in place. But not only that, we're seeing a change on the market. Look at games that are super popular today that have more of these challenges and similar gaming mechanics and core mechanics that Mortal Line has, and there are millions of players in those. So that means all of a sudden more players are ready and looking for a game like this. And like I said, our game is so much more prepared and in a proper place to actually accept new players and even casual players that expect it to be polished, which Mortal 1 never was. Seeing that new players today show up, enjoying it and not running into many bugs, showing that it's in a better place, more right in time, and that means we can potentially reach out into those millions of players over time, and that is obviously the goal here. So it's exciting. I mean, we don't need millions of players to be successful or survive, obviously. we need a fraction, which also makes it very exciting. We're a small company, we're independent, so just a small amount of players and we're breaking even. Small amount of players additional and we can expand greatly. And that is also very exciting for the future. So yeah, we really hope, all the hard work is all worth it and we can expand, grow, and make the game even better, even faster. So yeah, the timing is right and very exciting. Any chance we can have some kind of travel system? Ghost walking to a dungeon feels like poor game design. So no, there's a important intentional design behind that. Travel should be done by foot or by mount or wagons or ships or etc. in the future. But so far the most obviously efficient transportation is by horses. And there's a lot of different important features around that. We have regional based resources and transporting and regional based banks and cities. So transporting and moving out in the world comes with a core gameplay mechanic, and a lot of big things is surrounding that. So if you can quick travel or bypass all that, you're bypassing a huge core pillar of the game, core feature of the game, and it's also one of the things that makes the game unique and exciting in a few ways. I still feel a sandbox genre of games is still largely untapped, even within Modern 1 and 2. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's nothing, right? Nothing. And now, we will have Modern 2 soon, and hopefully that will also show that, you can make a game like this, and there's an audience for it, and then there's a growing audience for it, and there's no limit for the future. I mean, I would love to be able to pick by a few games that I've been dying to play for so many years, but there's nothing. That's crazy. There's a lot of different types of game, but there's nothing when it comes to a true sandbox, for me personally at least. Many peeps can a server handle in the cities? So obviously you can imagine several hundreds of players in every city. They feel crowded, right? And the more crowded, the more strain on the client. Our server capacity is very high, and we can always expand the capacity with more additional nodes. So we don't have a hard cap on the player population on a server, which is one of the big things we have been working on for so many years. It's not the same thing as a shard, World of Warcraft server. They have hundreds of servers, right? And everything is instanced. So we, focus a lot on building, a little bit more like EVE Online. It's like a cluster of servers in one world, and you can meet, in one place in the world. And we're looking to expand the world so we can have even more players, because there's a natural number where things feels too crowded, right? And people feel that, okay, performance in general is going down more and more because there are always so many players running around near you or in the background. So that is a natural limitation, and that numbers obviously are quite dynamic because it all depends on where are many players today or right now. And since it's also one world server, it's one thing that is nice is that there's never a time where the world is completely dead and a time where it's crowded like a regional based server would be. When you're playing on super late, no one is online or too early, which is quite an issue for many games that doesn't have a steady flow of population. We see a good stable population at all time now. There is a peak up and down always because, where we have most players currently, and that may change over time. But there's always a good population. Even now in the beta, we have a solid population at all time. And obviously we expect to have quite a lot more on release. And that is why we're preparing and working on making sure that we can get additional continents as soon as we can, because the only tool we have, if we get too many players initially on launch day, is that we may have to pause sales. If we see that, okay, it's too many now, performance is going down more and more, and queue times may be out of control, we may have to go in and pause sales, and because also when releases, people are playing crazy, right? Day and night until they had to sleep, go back to work, more normal rates. And that's also when the curve of stress goes down and we can let in more players. And like I said, we need to push for that second continent as soon as we can, so we can, throw in additional players as soon as possible. I hope that you guys get success to really push those limits you speak of. The only other game that feels close is Star Citizen, but that is crazy big to where no one can see the end. Yeah, I've been following Star Citizen as well since they started their crazy Kickstarters. Famous developers having the resources, yet they do a Kickstarter, and again, it's like their business model is running a Kickstarter, and they do so well that they're not changing it. Why should they risk in changing it or finish the game? How do they live up to that expectation? It's a big thing to fill, and they're doing so well already. So I kind of understand why they have no rush in the world to finish when they're getting such influx of money on a daily basis. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, I liked EVE Online, and I have had my eyes on Star Citizen as well. There's a few things I think is exciting and cool, and there's a few things that I simply don't know how it's going to be. Like the MMO solution is not really in place, which is the heart of an MMO game. The biggest challenge for Mortal Online have always been the network solution. It's the heart of the game. It determines everything you can do in a game and how you design a game. And that is yet to be seen in Star Citizen. I haven't looked into it the latest month, so I could be wrong if there's new updates. But as of latest, when I was following it, it was more jumping in different things that you can fly around and test things, and more instanced rather than a real MMO solution. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they make out of that game. Looking into VR for Mortal 3. Mortal 3? You mean Mortal 2? Yes, we will have VR after release for Mortal Line 2. Is there a possibility for a third-person photo mode in selected area of the game? No, we don't support third-person at all. The only one is obviously this one where you can see yourself or in a reflection. Because important game design decisions. We understand and see that there could be a state where you want to take a screenshot where you're in it rather than asking someone else to take the screenshot for you. We can see the use of that. And maybe we can find a way without, because the thing is, we don't want people to stand here, use the third camera to do this, and look out that door. That's cheating, right? If you want to see if there's someone, you have to do this, and they see you poking out with your head. Everything is deeply rooted into perfect gaming experience in our view, and first person tied to that is important. So and obviously if you can toggle a little third person to cheat or whatever, then obviously we have ruined that unique strong feature that we want to protect. So yeah, we will see. And plans of adding ARP elements, yes. So we are working on that as well. We already finished our core platform for table games that we're gonna. So soon you'll be able to start your own casino in Medulli Desert or the Sarka Desert. Build your own Las Vegas, and obviously we're gonna expand on those. And yes, we are working on being able to sit on chairs, use pipes and smoke, and you can visually see those things. Again, we have a natural prioritized order now where we need to, deliver certain steps, and then we can expand on those areas as well further. And like I said, we really hope we can expand the team post-release, so we can cover more of these areas simultaneously. What were your thoughts on Star Citizen? I kind of think it's a borderline of the sci-fi world, but unfortunately seems not to be delivering. Yeah, I mentioned a little bit what I think about Star Citizen. It's a beautiful game, some really cool stuff going on, and I like the freedom of fully controlling the ships. That was one of the things that I was dreaming of in Evil Line. So a natural evolution, I guess, from Evil Line with some cool stuff. But yeah, I tried it a long time ago, and then it was very unstable. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's more stable and runs better today. I haven't at all had time to try it at all. But like I said, the big thing for me is I can see where they are in no rush, because that could actually end their cash flow if things doesn't go well. So they continue on selling ships, cool ships, and making a good living out of it. So the question is, are they going to deliver? Is it going to be a real MMORPG or more heavily instanced type of solution? I don't know. Yeah, so we're going to have VoIP and VR. Imagine that. I mean, obviously, VoIP with VR, it could be a problem seeing your face when you have VR on. So that is something to consider, obviously. But we're looking to do the VoIP system using a webcam to capture emotions and express some of those emotions in game. So you can actually see when someone is talking, and you can make a angry face or a happy face. Pretty cool, fun stuff. And yes, VR. Remember when we tried VR a long time ago, and you just get blown away when you enter it for the first time and think, holy shit, I'm in the freaking Mortal universe. That is so immersive and feel really unique. So yeah, I can't wait until we can sit here with your friends playing in VR as well. It's gonna be awesome. GeForce Now is finished. I just confirmed with NVIDIA. Everything is set in place on release. That should be, ready and go live as well. What does Epic Grants allow Star to do? So, obviously one of the big things that we're a small company, and it's always a challenge to get visibility, right? How to reach out to more players. Obviously, we really hope that the game will speak for itself, which it kind of did with our first stress test. It kind of, picked up by a lot of streamers, YouTubers, and got a lot of attention, which is awesome to see. And what was even more awesome was that, over 90% of those players thought it was an awesome game, and I wonder why the hell have they never heard about this game. It shows that we're obviously small and don't have the marketing capacity that the giants have. Getting the grant kind of help us pushing that forward, getting more visibility, just getting the words from Epic Games that they've tried it and thought it was a really nice and cool game and have the potential to be big. That is awesome to hear. So anything that helps us to promote the game, get awareness, obviously is a big thing for us. And of course, we're getting fundings to further push that to marketing and game development, developing the game. It was confirmed by NVIDIA yesterday on their GeForce blog. It's coming in January. Oh, okay. Did they actually put it on their website? I haven't seen that. That's awesome. I was talking to my contact just recently, so I guess they have made a little bump there. That's nice to see. This will be the first viable MMO with VR support. I'm not sure actually if there's any other with support or getting it. We will see. card games or dice games. So we're getting card games first, and then we will get more. Are magic schools coming about? Slowly, very slowly right now, but steadily. We have a certain prioritized order we need to fully focus on first, that we need to finish in time. And then we go back to necromancy, which is the third school. Like I said, I would love to have another coder that can work on a fourth school or additional school simultaneously. So we get more than one in one, batch interval. Will there be roaming rise or horse, and could they possibly flip control of a city if the players don't have to play? Yeah, so we did experiment quite a bit with this in the first game, and again, we want to make use of the things that was working well, and we want to refine those parts that didn't work well. So in the first game, we had scouts that went out from the Herabalta border, and they spread across the country. And if they didn't meet any resistance, they actually started to build their own tents and camps. And then strong risers moved into those camps, and including commanders and chieftains eventually, or even eld risers. And then they continued to spread. So if people didn't push them back, they were all over the place, taking over whole Mirland eventually. So and that was a cool concept, and worked pretty well in some areas. So that is something we want to add again in a certain way and a little bit refined. So yeah, you will be able to see different types of challenges coming into Mirland when they're different. There's about two big threats from the lore, right? That's something like that could happen again, obviously. Is there fixed for horse movement, including this patch? Right now we hit 4 but don't move. I've never experienced that bug. Can you reproduce that bug? Or I never heard a report of it, and I never experienced it myself. That sounds very strange. I can always move forward on my horse. So I don't know. Can you put in horizontal swing button for left and right swing like you did for overhead stab? Yes, we intend to add such support. We just have to take it in a certain order. I don't see them adding any instances. Are you referring to Star Citizen? Yeah, I don't know exactly how they set it up, but I don't see the large-scale MMO solution yet, where hundreds of players can meet up here and move around. I don't know how it works. It was quite a while ago I looked into what step they are into. But what I heard back then was that there's no real MMO solution yet. That is yet to be tested. Are hard sharing option coming with this new patch? No, not yet. Face tracking sounds neat. Yeah, we played around with it quite a bit already. I'm sure you may have seen one of my streams where I did the full Thursar capture. And also, as of late, I did the face customization with FOIP on top of that. And yeah, it works pretty well and looks awesome. Right now we're refining, obviously, we're setting the face customization, we're setting all the min-max craziness, we are adjusting them to make sure you can make interesting character. You have quite good control of how to make your face, how you should look, without obviously breaking it completely. And that system is getting prepared for the FOIP support as well. Can you show the face tracking, Henry? Not right now. I have to launch a few things. I don't have that prepared on this setup here, so maybe next time again or something. So it will be a bit of a hybrid between MMO instance. They have a replication layer that is consistent across all shards, but are taking a region approach to the shards. There's a huge breakdown with it. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, that I guess that is what they need to start going into for it to be a MMO, right? Back then there was just an instance with a few friends and that's it. So more like jumping into an Unreal match, no real MMO solution. And we know that is the biggest challenge in an MMO game. So that's why I was thinking, I wonder what's going on over there when it doesn't have that big core pillar in place sooner. I mean, how many years have it been? So I don't know. I can't tell. That will explore VR in a good way. Will the face tracking work with the VR face tracking hardware? So obviously if you put Oculus Rift on your face like this and having a webcam in front of you trying to capture your eyes, that would be quite difficult, right? I mean, everything the camera can see on your face, like mouth, that's how it tracks the different movements, and eyes are quite important to do expressions and things like that. And it could also be that it needs to find your eyes to actually track you properly. So that is, some of those things that I'm not sure of this point. Danny knows much more in this field when it comes to what's practical, what can we do, and what does the engine support quite natively, which makes it efficient for us to add such support. So I don't know if there's a solution to that, to play both having the VoIP recognition running at the same time as you have VR on top of your face. Yeah, I can't say for sure exactly. VR for just headset, but not with control motion, right? Yeah, so there, we're looking at some different steps here. The first step is to obviously render the game properly in VR, which means there's a few things we need to go through, user interface and all that, to make sure it is readable and working in VR. And then there's a few things with depth and such that also need to be converted to be, working well in VR. So there's a little work to get the rendering right. And then obviously the first step is that you still continue playing with mouse and keyboard, normally. The next big thing is obviously how do you support controls with our control system and our game. That is a more complex step to take. So we would naturally start with the first step, and then we have to evaluate and see what can be done about control or motion. Here's kind of my shtick. So I'm really hyped for this one. Tell me it's not just HMD integration, but also integration motion controls. Yeah, like I said just now. So it's in different steps, right? The first step requires some more work to get, like I said, and the motion with controllers requires even more work. So it's just a question of time and what we can support when it comes to the controllers. Virtual reality, yes, star puddles. So at the same day as release, GeForce Now will be available Mortal. Yes, that is what we're looking at. When will the wagon system come? After release. We don't have the exact date and layout set up. So obviously now we're super busy and occupied with hitting the release step, hitting these last patches now to get everything in place. And then we will continue on the next roadmap and also share that with you guys as soon as we are ready with nailing those details. Yeah, I mean, you can have a lot of fun with the face tracking system for a very long time. Just sitting down with a friend, you're laughing all the time, and it's so interesting. It's a completely new type of experience, right? I mean, already today, when you move your head, when you're looking at each other's like this on a mount or on foot, it's a very unique. I love that feeling, and people laughing, having a blast when they communicate and role play. I really like how that works so well. It feels so alive and ironic and cool when they're looking at each other, moving the head and such. I love it. And you just push that additional step with VoIP, because then you can do the actual face expression as well. And when you talk, you see the mouth moving, which is also a good way to see he's talking to me. I can see his mouth moving. So yeah, I'm excited to see what more that can bring for the player experience. There will be, I'm quite certain there will be some differences though with the one I showed you guys, because what I showed you was a very high complex replication of of the tracking, and we can't send infinite amount of tracking data in real time over the internet. That could be too heavy and could be too delayed or running into issues. So what we need to do is kind of simplify the motions a little bit to make them that we can send them in proper packages pretty much. But we still, obviously aim to make them such dynamic looking that it looks close to what I showcased. But yeah, in the future, we a lot of things are developing towards that next gen type of gaming experience with VR controls and such. It's exciting future, and this game is obviously perfect for it because it's first person only, and we have a very high level of details and character expression and such. So it's going to be exciting to see what we can do there. Any plans on AMD FSR when? So it depends a lot on Epic's game support pretty much right now. NVIDIA are working closely with Epic Games in a few areas when it comes to adding support that we can benefit from without investing too much development time. That is why we have DLSS, stuff like that. And, we hope that the same thing happens with AMD's functions. That makes it convenient for us to support it. Because right now we don't have that kind of manpower to separately work on those things. So we will see pretty much what happens in the future. Myth of Empires, 10K right now. Yeah, I think they had quite a successful start with interesting. I heard a lot of our players have tried it, and there's some cool stuff in that game as well. Quite a bit different though, gameplay core rules. I also heard I have some struggles with rights and what's going on. So I mean, scary things when you have put so much work into something, and if there's any mistakes or anything going on, I don't know. It's off Steam again, but yeah, I don't know the details. What coding experience do they need? In what case? For coding a model line, we are pretty much coding in C++. I have a friend who is coder from Age of Conan and Conan Exiles. Where can he submit his application? You can send an email to us, info@starvault.se. When you start a Kickstarter so we can throw money at you like Star Citizen. It's a little sad when it comes to Kickstarter. It became big, and some cool concept were successfully using that platform for its intention. Like if you don't have the resources but you have a cool idea or concept or demo, people can invest if they want to. It's a really cool platform and idea, right? But then these big shots, famous developers with already huge resources and track records and everything, which doesn't need the Kickstarter platform, went there to see if it would work. And obviously they're breaking the records, they're getting the fundings, and everyone else gets in the shadows. So the reason why that website is there is not really utilized for the right reasons, sadly. I mean, sure, the big shots can, of course, get good amount of resources and do cool stuff without having to risk any investment money or going that way, and utilize their famous status and all that. And of course, it also gives investors, or you as a Kickstarter supporter, some kind of guarantee that, okay, this is not just a random guy, because we also know about all of those cases where a random guy doing something, putting up something cool, but not really doing it and just running away with the money. That's also a disaster, obviously. So I don't know if they're changing rules now where you have to kind of more secure those delivery milestones and steps, so people won't get scammed, because that's equal horrible, of course, if nothing is put into the development that they are promising to do. So it's strange how that kind of changed, that all of a sudden all the big shots are getting millions for the Kickstarters, and then I guess someone like us that are unknown, small, putting up something there, and we may struggle to get a Kickstarter fulfilled. That is what we guessed, at least me and Sebastian, when we discussed it in the past, if that's something we should try or not. But yeah, we kind of both of us reached a conclusion that it's almost impossible if you're not that famous developer, and that also can spend $100,000 on making that insanely hyped video of what you want to do, right? So I'm not sure. My hopes are instead that our game will, launch very successfully on the 25th, and that we will get a lot of support and a lot of players that will give us the resources to grow and expand. Any plan on animal trophies on house decorations? Yes, we will have that. Oh my god, Necrox, what up with the hoodie? Thank you, man. I hope you enjoy that super soft hoodie. I'm wearing one right now as well. Very soft. I like the material. Yes, we plan to expand a lot when it comes to decoration. We have a decent sized patch with decoration in this one that we're gonna deploy now, but you can expect it to grow tenfold over the coming months with a lot of cool stuff, rares, collectibles spread out in the world, and yes, trophies. You said that the durability of the buildings will depend on the materials that you invest in the buildings. Will it work after release? So no, all buildings that you build always ends up in the same hit points and defense value results. We tried different approaches in the first game. It didn't turn out well. So, if you can build your house in Ogmium, for instance, which is the strongest, best material in the world, almost make the house indestructible, there will be those crazy players that will do nothing but collect those and build an Ogmium house. And the rest may build it in Chronite or, the next second largest, and they have insanely much more hit points than the other ones. And then there will be those that start with some average crappy materials, and then they will feel that, holy shit, I built a crap house, so little hit points, and the balance around all that didn't turn out well and enjoyable. So we said instead that rather than having all these different hit points on the houses, we rely on a balanced defense and hit point that we know works. And the other effect instead that you actually can do, if you're rich or having a big amount of valuable resources, you can use those to build, which will shorten the time construction. You need less of it because it's a more valuable resource. So that is how we do it instead. So you can still benefit from going for the higher tier material, and you can construct something more effectively and quick. Or you can go the very slow route and build it with more crappy materials. But when you're fully finished with the house, it will have the same hit points and defense.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Another one.
god. Another one. Romulus with the donation. Thank you, man. Looking forward to launch. Fix the blue horse bug. We will. Thorsa need more standing. Everybody loves Thorsa. Yeah, we have fixed that. So Thorsa will not be able to not get standings when doing tasks in this next patch either. There was a bug and a few issues that we have fixed. And we also now have the first rescue mission. So where's the release party? Good question, good question. We've been so occupied. You know, we did want to have a release party where, you know, the world is invited. Those that want to come and participate could do so. And we will arrange something cool and record a whole event, or, you know, stream it live. But again, there's so much additional we want to do to improve the game as much as we can, or polish. You know, it's endless how much you can add and focus on in this type of game. And obviously that makes it difficult for us to spend time on other areas now when we're getting so close to release. So yeah, we will see. Enchants and gear attachment in a cosmetic way with like animal trophies. I mean, the future is open for anything, and that is what is so beautiful and what makes me so excited and happy, because in the first game, we were so limited both by the engine, but also knowledge and experience and how we build a lot of the core. So we had to cut corners, and some of them we could never achieve or fulfill, and some things we just completely had to change. This time around, we have enough knowledge and built the core to support everything we want and designed since 20 years ago, and we can deliver that in the future. We simply have no real limitation. The only limitation we have is, of course, only on stupid things that just breaks performance. That is an obvious one, right? But gameplay feature-wise, and a lot of these things are pretty much, you know, there's no limitation, and that makes it very exciting. The only thing is, like I said, we always have to consider performance. How does this affect the performance, and how can we make it happen? How can we find a good solution to get very close to a lot of those things as well? Not getting drunk on launch day, server meltdown. Yeah, I mean, obviously we need to be on toes and ready on release day, and quite focused, and just follow the whole release, monitoring everything, and be on standby if something new happens, or, you know, anything goes. Is common magic like ecumenical not aimed to be used in early game? So magic is not the same way, I would say, as if you say you jump in World of Warcraft and you choose the mage, right? And it's, you know, set up in a balanced way, just like any other class. It's not really the same way in Mortal Online. You're creating a character. Clade is the first important choice you do that kind of, you know, promotes you into the different direction and options. The next is, of course, how you distribute the skills and stats. And magic is supposed to be, some skills are common, like ecumenical and spiritists, and there's a few more that is quite common, and then they start getting more rare into a very rare. So a lot of the magic will be mysterious to learn, discover, and master, while these initial first magic school will be more common and, you know, quite straightforward to master. So yeah, just jumping into becoming a mage, the first thing you do, especially as a new player, you will have to learn that it's quite different from, you know, a World of Warcraft mage class, I would say. And you have to learn and adapt how you're effective and how you're not effective as a mage. And we actually seen a lot of positive feedback from new players. I like playing mage. It's quite interesting and different from, like I just said, perhaps, you know, a WoW mage class. But it's not super easy, you know. It comes with its specific rules. Every school has specific rules, and it's not the most easy PvE school to start out with. It's not typically just effective overall when it comes to PvE. So it depends on that as well, and the players have to learn that that approach and how magic works in Mortal Online. And like I said, magic going to be insanely, you know, exciting and wide when it comes to adding additional schools. I would say that when we reach school 5 or 6, magic is big in Mortal Online, and there's a lot of different options and interesting styles that it will offer. Could you explain threats or aggro? So yeah, there's been quite a few confusion and funny streams going on when it comes to figuring out the aggro in the game. In short, it's very close to how the aggro system works in World of Warcraft, actually. We looked at their baseline and see, okay, how can we get that into a game and put our twist on it? There's a few things that makes it quite difficult to read and understand. A few people have figured out how to use it quite reliable, but then every now and then it may add these random components that,
Oh my God,
but there's a few
another
things
one.
that happens that
Another
makes
one.
the aggro be a little bit strange and odd. And there's actually a re-aggro when the players see a player over time, which kind of changed the aggro in a bad way. And healing was also there was a very high threats on healing rather than someone actually hurting it. So we rearranged those numbers a little bit as well. So we have done some important tweaks and changes that should make it more reliable, and the players can have more control in trying to change the aggro threats depending on how you perform as a player. And then we have the buffs that also increases your aggro. When you're using that buff, you're increasing your aggro as well. It will be changed to that you can actually add directly threats like a classic taunt to get even more control, because there's a cooldown on those taunts, those buffs, as you know. So we want to give important tactical use of those as well. For instance, when you're fighting a boss or something where it really matters to play it right, then these may become very important. Did you mention anything about multiple accounts? Anyone is allowed to use how many accounts you want. It's nothing we are enforcing rules against. It's not practical to do. The new update will be when? So plans were today, along with our new server hardware, to go live. It didn't arrive, and we're taking the time to polish a little bit more on this patch. Hopefully we will get the hardware tomorrow, and that hopefully also allows us to go live with the patch. We're pretty much working non-stop now up to the release, because we know that there's always something we can polish and improve. We want to take the opportunity to make use of the last days and weeks we have. And yeah, we want to make sure we stay on track and deliver our important last patches. There'll be magic that you don't need materials for. So there's an important rule that every magic needs to have a cost, risk, and reward like everything else, or it may become abused in a bad way and also wreck balance. Everything that you can cost other players requires a risk-reward balance factor. So we plan to have different types of costs and tools for all professions, magic schools. Same thing goes for thievery, for instance. In the first game, it kind of suffered from not having any risk reward. So the limitation on how you can steal and what and how much weight, etc., have to be quite severe in that case instead. But it also, gave you an endless amount of thieves trying. If you fail, he got killed, rest, and repeat. That wasn't perfect. So again, we are adding the risk and reward and tools and investment for the thief, but also to making be more a powerful thief if you do it correctly, rather than having the old trick was don't carry a few gold coins, the thief will steal them easily, convert them into a lot of silver. So obviously that kind of trick can also be changed now when we're actually adding more a cost risk reward to the thief, so you can try to steal more value in different things, but there will be a risk and cost involved. So same thing goes for all magic schools. Well, it's literally opposite of how WoW works. No, Sebastian took their baseline to see, okay, obviously they have been researching how to make a good aggro system that can be played read and understood. We use that as a baseline, but we added a few things that made it feel much more random. And we are tweaking those random factors so it makes more sense. Mobs will attack the last thing they see, and those buffs don't work. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw Pizza Guy trying to figure out that system, and he also proved that that is not that simple. It's not just the last player they see and stick with that. You know, he ran on forward as the last person, but not until he hits and got more aggro, the Rysar changed to him as a target. And if he didn't hit, he didn't get the target, even though he was last seen. So it's not that simple, and there's a few factors that makes it more confusing and random, as he also showed when he was streaming. But yes, doing it in certain orders, you can almost control it quite correctly when you figure that out, but still not 100%. The buff should be working. I'm not 100% if it's confirmed it's not working, but in this case, it wasn't enough to change the outcome. So now when we remove those random factors where he gets too much aggro, so the buff doesn't even change that aggro threat. If that is lower, that means now the buff and even normal damage can change the outcome. So we will see. We will do a little tweaking to get it a little bit closer to reliable, readable content. Show us a model preview. So everything I'm showing you here now is a model preview. All the decoration I placed here, this armor, clothing, craftable, is a preview of the upcoming patch. And then we have some secrets that I don't want to show. So is the wipe happening a few days before release or when normal skill gains come in? So tomorrow, if we patch, the normal skill gain and clade gain is coming in. And then we're going to communicate our pre-wipe that we're going to do just before release. I don't know how much time we need at this point. We need another meeting to decide the exact day. But close to release, we're going to do the full wipe as well. And that is the final pre-wipe, and obviously on the 25th, final wipe. Those mage robes or something. Yeah, it's Jedi-inspired perfect mage armor, but it is also light clothes, so it's not gonna protect you very much against melee physical damage. Obviously, a lot of these armor pieces and clothes will shine more with an enchantment system that's coming later that allow you to imbue magical attributes to a lot of this as well. So yeah. Do you plan to fully translate the game into Russia? I think we are like 90% translated. I don't know if we don't have the latest in-game updated, so it's less than that, but we have around 90% translated. So we're going to update that. And yes, we plan to look over all the translation and see if we can have final updates, and if we need the help of third-party company translation service to, finish the last. We have a few languages, the big languages we want to try to cover as soon as possible. And we're super grateful for your help with the community translation. It's awesome if you want to help us finish those now as soon as possible. We still have the Reset Clade gift button launch. Yeah, so there will be, we're all working on that right now. I'm not 100% exactly which step we're moving at, but the idea behind this is that you will be able to wipe your clades. It will be a cost and a cooldown, so you can't just change it on the fly. But you will be able to reset them. So we're looking at the initial design I had was that if you go to a NPC that kind of helps you to forget about that in a magic way, you pay him the service and he bam wipes your gift or the lost gift that you have learned, and then you have to retrain a level to get back on track. So we're looking on those details right now as well. When will Season 1 start and how much will the Battle Pass cost? It's not that type of game, Sacrifice. You get access to everything at all time without any limitation as long as you have an active account. Normal, traditional subscription fee. Similar to World of Warcraft. The game should be abolished. It's not usable. What do you mean it's not usable? I'm using it all the time when I'm playing. So different armor sets can be enchanted for specific armor. Yeah, you will be able to do enchantment later on. Not now though. The Alvarine prefer Chronite over Tongue Steel. Flawless Sullivan. You know that Mithril? Is all playable races in, or is there other playable races that is not in and just wonder? Just asking. So yeah, all the the planned classic clades races are in the game, and we don't plan to add anything new anytime soon. However, me and Mats have had a discussion since many years ago that there are some room and plans for some possible additions in the future in certain ways, but it's too early to mention more than that, I would say. And then go sleep already. Looks like you're about to fall asleep. Yeah, do I look a little tired now? Yeah, it's I'm right now in a difficult to sleep state. It goes in different sessions. Sometimes I'm so tired that I sleep very good, fall asleep, and have a good night of sleep until I wake up. But as of late, I struggle to fall asleep even though I'm tired, and I wake up so easily. And as you know or may know, I have this French bulldog that doesn't sleep silently, and the slightest snore or movement she does, I wake up, which obviously isn't very good now when I need my sleep. So yeah, worst case scenario, if I go to sleep too early, I may fall asleep and then I wake after an hour and I can't sleep anymore. That is a disaster one. So I try to stay awake until I know I'm gonna fall asleep deep and not wake up too easily. But yeah, it goes in random session. You know how it is, right? Sometimes you have a good sleeping pattern, sometimes it's a little bit messed up. Excited about release. Maybe that is why you cannot sleep. Of course. I mean, imagine 16 years of hard work and we're getting so close. Of course, we are nervous, stressed, excited, everything at the same time. It's impossible to not do. And, you know, one thing that makes it very clear that it gets me is that when I was a teenager, I got these terrible migraine attacks with an aura. I got pretty much blind. My half face and half arm got numb with tingling sensation. And I had to sleep or lay in bed for one day. Worst headache ever and puking. I was very happy that grew away when I was leaving my teenagers. And I haven't had it for many years. But now I got it again. All of a sudden I can't see the monitor in front of me. I get this panicking feeling because I know what I'm facing. Several hours of pure pain and suffering. I actually got one of those attacks once a week now for the 3 past weeks. Of course, quite horrible. But I've been visiting the head doctors, which actually gave me a new type of medicine that I'm gonna try temporarily to see if that reduces those types of migraines, because those are the worst. Imagine getting blind and then insane headache until you pukes. And that's how it goes on for about 8 to 10 to 15 hours. So yeah, I'm knocking woods. Since I'm on the new pills, I haven't got that migraine for 1.5 weeks. And it's clear that this pressure and stress and excitement is affecting me, right? And how would it not, right? 16 years, so much hard work. Now it's time to a revenge, finally. So there's no doubt that we all feel the pressure and stress, even though we're super excited at the same time. You can't control that inner feeling, right? Are you having anxiety about launch? No, of course we're always nervous because, everything's been running so stable for such a long time. And, if all of a sudden something happens, so it's not stable anymore, obviously you're always worried about those things could happen when there's a whole new level of stress and pressure. But at the same time, we are feeling confident in terms of we had those insane, very similar to release stresses with 40,000 on the same hours pretty much during our stress tests, which, that was the main purpose, to find those issues and work with them. We've done exactly what we can and we're proud about it. We can't do more than what we have done. We have done more than our, humanly possible, I think. So we can only feel that we've done absolutely what we can and we have reached the milestones. And as long as we hit these last patches we have now, we are on track and prepared. And then, of course, it's up to see how everything goes from release day. We're already expecting and preparing for the worst, right? Because that's what you should do, so you're ready. But we have tools in place to make sure that, if this new insane numbers gives us new instability, we can always go in there and put the queue on that amount of stressor on the different parts of the servers. And like I said, worst case scenario, we have to pause the sales. We can't let in more players than that because it becomes, crazy with queues, etc. And we're always openly public with all this that could happen. If too many ones in at the same time, we may need to pause sales. And we will open the sales as soon as possible as the insane curve, goes down to a little bit more normal. So we're prepared for all that. We're talking with Valve, and they are supporting us in these steps as well, and think that sounds reasonable and good for the game, because that's what we all care about. Protect the game, make sure that we have that stable, and of course make sure that the players that invest and buying the game get access and as convenient experience as possible. Medical herb will help. Yeah, I've tried everything. If you know me, I always had migraine in my whole life, but not as severe as I had in my teenager with the aura and blindness. So I just learned to live with it. I got my headache, take a little aspirin, and it's getting better. But obviously things are a little bit different now when we are in this very unique situation. 16 years of hard work. So it's everything, and I also know that as soon as this phase, and stress goes more to a normal phase, that's also when, I know that I will have less migraine. THC can help you a lot. Yeah, no, I don't live in that country or state that allows such treatment though, so I have to stick with what's legal. It's scaring me. My migraines went away in my early 20s. They can come back. Yeah, that happened to me. I had a classic migraine in my teenagers, and I learned that I got them in specific situation back then, like when I was doing specific activities, and I learned to try to avoid that. And I also learned that when I get blind, I instantly take these pills to reduce the pain a little bit at least. But yeah, it was quite a few severe, very bad years, and then I got so happy that it kind of grew away. When you get older, you're not a teenager anymore, everything is crazy, you get more mature and calm down and see life in a different way. That's when my migraine went away. But yeah, like I said, this phase is obviously quite unnatural, and that got to me. So it kind of woke up those migraine attacks again. But it's, like I said, very, very specific situation we are in currently. So I understand why it happens, and try to just relax about it and try to, again, take control of my body reaction. But it's easier said than done. Go visit your local alchemist. It could be something in your diet. I'm eating healthy, and I keep track on that as well, because I really looked into all types of things that could affect migraine and headaches, because I know a lot of that. But the thing is, there's location here now in my city that is experts on actual migraine. They say that 90% of the population suffer from different types of migraine, or a lot of them suffer from it, and they don't have the right treatments, right? They're, what the hell are they called? Neurologist. I don't know the English word for it, but they are, experts in your head and what happens when you get a migraine. So they actually gave me a new type of medicine I'm taking on a daily basis now that changes my what's it called, the veins, to relax more. And that should help from getting these migraine attacks. And actually, so far, usually I have a normal migraine one every second day or third day, sometime a few days in straight. I've actually been free from headache and migraine for 1.5 weeks. And that is a record for me. So I think those pills are actually doing something good. Knock on woods. Just proud to have the best looking dev in history. I'm sure launch will go great. You got our support. Just make sure to polish the game as much as possible now. The issue a guy mentioned before, where horse will stand still and still drain stamina but not move forward, is prior fix, I would say. I've experienced and reported. Yeah, actually, this is the first time I hear it today. It never happened to me, and I have never seen it, and I've not heard about it. So I wonder if we can reproduce it, or question is how rare it is. Absolutely sounds bad, of course. So I don't know if my guys knows about it or knows more. I may not always, tracking all of the bugs or issues we may have. So I'm sure it's in our logs if you guys have reported it already. Keep adding new feature and content in this game, gonna go to the moon. I know it's, brutal. I hope so too. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Indeed, good tactics. Whatever happens in release, don't listen to the haters. We who love your game will wait and be passionate. Yeah, of course, they're gonna be haters. There always have been and always will be, no matter what product or game or whatever you do. They will always be there. And we also have those passionate ones that some of them got banned from the first game, making up stories about the second game, haven't even tried it. They hate it even though they haven't tried it, and they have their personal vendettas. We know about it. We got used to that, and yes, we just ignore that and focus on making the best possible game. And having your support and seeing that the players are growing rapidly and loving the game just shows us that, okay, we're doing something great, right? And we're gonna keep doing that as long as you guys support us, no doubt. So we actually built out the servers. We haven't got all the hardware yet. That is one of the things we're waiting on. We're getting parts on a daily basis. And as you can imagine, we're building out a huge server farm to handle just above 100,000 players, which is, of course, an insane amount of players. But we are, reaching high. We want to show that this game can have a huge population, and this is just the beginning of it. Obviously, having all those 100,000 at the same time on Mirland is not going to be practical. we all know that, because land space won't cover it. But we know that there's a lot of players that everyone is starting on Haven, and that's the only place where we also can instance them. And we're going to take that opportunity to do that. And we also know that there will always be a lot of players that show up, have no idea what this is, or expecting something completely different, or World of Warcraft, something like that. We'll play for a moment and then we jump out. We don't want them to take performance or load or data from the real world, which is Mirland Nave. So we're preparing for a huge amount of player base initially for both Haven and on Mirland, expanding on Mirland heavily. But we know that the physical land space won't cover such insane numbers. But as you can see, we are expecting or building the support to have a huge amount of players initially. And then we'll see how we, when it pans out to a more normal rates. And of course, like I said, we're, doing our best to expand Mirland or expand to the next continent, because we know most likely we're going to need it. And also because we know that the land space is going to run out sooner or later when it comes to building houses and cities. Just like in Ultima Line, the world ran out of space incredibly fast, and it didn't grow initially. So you had to buy second-hand houses for 10 times the price, 100 times the price, and so on. We want the players to be able to enjoy that feature, so we do need new land space no matter what. Heard that you turn 100x off today. Why would you do that and let the players who started earlier keep their levels? So we're taking this in steps, right? Everything is focused on what we need to make the game ready. And we need to test this. We already found issues and important changes with a few skills that we're addressing now before you get it to test it on an even larger scale. So we're taking different steps that is very beneficial for us in the development team and the game. And yeah, sometimes some of that doesn't make sense in the point of play view, but if it's a huge value for us, we need to take the opportunity now in the beta. So we are taking one of that step in this next patch, and then we'll do one pre-wipe close to release, and then the final wipe on release. I expect long queues to log in as in all games, so don't get stressed out on that. But I have a quite exciting announcement regarding that. Like I said, we built out the servers in a clever way, and we know that sitting in a queue like we had in the stress test was, of course, boring to sit there for hours as worst case. And so we have improved that system to hopefully and almost eliminate the queue entirely when you start the game. So everyone can start on Haven without the queue is what we're looking at here. And then depending on the login sessions on Milan, that's where it works a little bit different, and that is a strain that we have to protect with a queue. That's the only way how you can do it. So we kind of have like a huge bandwidth to getting on Haven, but a normal bandwidth, which means we need a queue on Milan. So if everything goes as planned, you should not experience a queue initially. You can start building your character on Haven. But yes, there will be a queue eventually on Milan, no doubt. Can I add area of attack spells to fight Zergs? We only have Earthquake for Ecumenical currently. There will be quite a few different options for the different schools coming. Get some neck massage. Massage. I can't even speak. Yes, I'll try that, and I'm getting that sometime. But yeah, doesn't really help with my classic migraine. But like I said, I'm a little surprised at these new meds I'm taking now. I'm just gonna use it for a while now, and then I'm gonna evaluate after this stressful period to see if I can quit. A few things, I'm always trying to be careful about when it comes to that. Depending if there's side effects and so on. I want to stay healthy for many years to continue working on Model 9 and be healthy. So I'm stepping up my game and trying to be more healthy, exercise more. I trained quite regularly earlier for several years, and got quite fit. I'm still fit, but I haven't had the time to exercise and train as much the latest year almost. So that helps a lot for stress as well, exercising and such. So I'm gonna get back to that at least. I call them alien contact events. Do you also get the eye aura effects? I get a rainbow like this in half face, and it's like flickering like a rainbow, and I get half blind. It's crazy. Everything starts to hurt and ache the older you get. It's true. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it in the body. Sadly, everything gets old and ache. That is true. So even more important that you keep moving and training, or you'll get even more stiff and get even more ache. I actually got a frozen shoulder. I think I mentioned that last time. Quite horrible. That's probably the worst thing that happened to me for a long time. I can't move my arm more than like 45 degrees, and that's it. And slightest movement, I get super pain straight in the shoulder. I can't sleep in like on the sides, almost not on the back. So, and I had it for 8 months, and they say it takes from 1 year to 2 years in worst case scenario. Insane. The first 6 to 7 months, I had constantly pain in the shoulder. I couldn't even sleep. It was insane. Now I don't have constant pain anymore, but I can't move my arm. And yeah, how the hell did that happen? I don't know. It just happened. I don't recall getting hurting my shoulder. It just happened and get worse and so stiff, so I can't I mean, look at this. This is my normal arm. This is my maximum left arm, and it's stuck. Crazy, crazy. I'm sitting too much, stressing too much. I need to start exercising and get going again. Neurologist. Exactly. That's the brain doctor I was talking about. It's just released now to get rid of the migraines. That would just stress me more, because I know that, obviously people are going to be upset if they see the no line issues, lack of wildlife that we're working on now. Big components are going to do a big difference on the first player experience. We need that in place, and obviously there's a lot of polish. So not until that last patch now, just before release, I will relax, because I know then we have done everything we can in our power and fulfilled our schedule and plan. Is this game viable to play solo, or is it more guild oriented? So good question. So the first game was quite horrible when it comes to solo gameplay in so many ways, and this time we know that there's surprisingly big interest of solo players, even though it's kind of marketed as a MMO game with player interaction focus, which it still is. But we did want to get the steps that kind of works and are exciting and interesting for solo players. So we looked a lot on the balance when it comes to challenges or what things you can do in the game, expanding the character depth and so on. So a lot of solo players can enjoy Mortal Line 2 much more than the first game. So I would say yes, that if you're a solo player, it's you can play Mortal Line 2 and you can enjoy it, and there will be various areas and a lot of deep areas for you to go deep and insane in. And then you'll figure those out, that there are areas that are simply more effective or just beatable if you're a group or even larger group. And then of course it depends on if you want to have player interactions, trades, and so on. You can't be fully self-dependent in terms of crafting everything, build everything on your own. You have to pick and choose your path that you enjoy and be good at that, or master a few things, or a little bit less master more things. And everything else you can trade and buy from others, either directly from players or using our broker system. So you very effectively can buy whatever you need without bothering by anything else. Of course, there are world bosses and super insane creatures in the world that requires team efforts or very specific tactics, which can also be most likely impossible for one player to beat those kind of things. But like I said, there's so many other areas and depth that a lot of players are just going insanely deep in and playing around with and don't care about anything else. And that's one of the beauty of Mortal Line 2 as well. We have so many different areas, from RP, PvE, exploration, crafting system with millions of combinations, to PvP and madness, so yeah. Deep tissue massage. What the hell is deep tissue? In the head like this, or yeah, my girl is very supportive for I mean, I invest so much time in this project, so I'm happy I have a very supportive girlfriend that understands my passion and all my years spent into this. She support me and are very excited for the game, and she's been playing it and enjoying it, and she's ready for release as well. This is the best game ever, really, for old school guys. Thanks a lot for it and good luck. Thank you, Dean Witcher. And yeah, I mean, coming from Ultima Line, RuneScape, Stars, Galaxies, a little bit of Evil Line, there's no doubt that you will feel instantly at home in this game, because you will recognize quite a lot of the core functions. Any news on fishing balance after release? We have been doing some tweaks already in this upcoming patch. Looks like you guys enabling the support through AI. Thanks for that, and thanks Valve. Yeah, Seb and Epic Games are doing, you know, what's necessary in those fields, and if we can do it, we do it. Please stick to your vision and don't mess the game up by trying to please everyone. Yeah, I mean, like we also said, it's very important to understand that obviously, you know, we are in charge of the game design and what kind of vision and what we try to develop and offer to the gamers. And just using the past experience from the first game gave us so much experience that we know what worked, what didn't work, what was fun, what was boring, and so on. And also we try to experiment a little bit by listening to different groups and see how that works, if that helps us to improve the game. And we learn a lot based on that. So we're much more careful now on knowing that obviously we ask everyone to have faith in that we know what we're doing, first of all, after all these years, and that we also present this is the type of game we want to deliver. These are the game design, these are the reasons and the different features. And of course, it will appeal to many players, and it could also not appeal to many players in different, depending on what the different features in the game. So yeah, with that said, we know that we can't just make the game full loot and also not full loot. PvP and not full PvP, like some other games have said they have done it and then it's not, or completely changed, done a 180 from one core rule to another one. We know what kind of game we want to do and why we think Mortal Line is exciting and interesting. And obviously that red line is very important that we fully follow at all time. I mean, this is the best way possible. Could it be benefit to delay launch a few months, like 3 months for the end of the first quarter, so stress isn't too high and there is more time to collect data? I mean, the stress wouldn't change at all. You know, that you can't change you know, how it feels when you're getting so close to release. It doesn't matter if we add 2 years or whatever. And also, like I said, there needs to be a valid reason to delay. We're not just delaying because you know, if we feel it's not ready, something we couldn't fix or something we didn't deliver that we need to deliver, then there's no reason to delay, because we have the amount of features and content that we set up and even more. We didn't plan to have it that much built out. We wanted to start even smaller. But we'll listen to the audience and we saw that, okay, these things make sense and this will allow us to reach another step and also, you know, pretty much skip the early access phase, which also were confusing and frustration for a lot of people. So we decided, okay, so what is the requirement to not release in early access? We could fulfill that by delaying to the 25th of January. And as long as we hit our last patches now, we are as ready as we can. We can't really change anything else. You know, of course we can delay and add theory, I guess, you know, but we don't see that is beneficial. We wanna hit our schedule. We feel that the game is ready 25th as long as this last patch works as intended. And we're taking the first step. We're releasing, we're growing, and we can expand a team and take us to a whole new level again and expand the game even further and better in the future. We want to take that step. We want to, you know, follow this big goal in moving forward with Mortal Line. We don't want to slow down. We don't want to shrink the team or looking into, you know, new time of schedule or going through investment and such. You know, we have a very clear goal and path, and as long as we manage to follow that and nothing unforeseen happens or a critical thing happens, there's no reason to change. So like I said, we have a few very important patches left, obviously, that we need to deliver and follow. But as long as it works, we are on track. The bases will be raidable. So there's so the question is, do you mean player bases, player built houses, player built cities, or if so, yes, we will have TC and sieging after release, which allows you to start wars and pretty much destroy assets, claim grounds, and so on. We're gonna, reveal the final details of those systems after release when we are working on those. We have a very good view on, okay, this is how we want to do it. We're fixing the main issues from the first game's TC functions. And we're going to present that in detail, and we're going to run a lot of tests on that, obviously. And when that's finished and done and approved, that's when we push that live. And that means also that, yes, you will be able to raid bases, pretty much. Is Domination coming next patch? Yes, it's coming in this patch. Is it still smart to stay in Haven until you can buy all the relevant books before leaving? So we're changing the starting text and information on Haven, refining Haven a little bit, and we urge all new players to take your time on Haven, learn a game, learn how to master pairing. You should be able to beat the Fab Tower. If you can't beat the Fab Tower, you may not be ready for Midland. There's going to be a few more things to explore and figure out on Haven, and you can build your character. Obviously, you won't be able to get all skills, items, resources, etc. on Haven, but you will be able to spend as much time as you want and learning those important parts of the game, figure things out what you want to do with your character, and progress your character. And then when you feel that you're really finished with all those steps, then you're free to leave Haven and bring a little bit of gold, a few items with you, and start the big journey on Nave. But yeah, we urge everyone, especially new players, to not rush to Midland, but to remain on Haven. And that also helps us to offload the stressor to rushing to Midland. Just like in the hospital now with COVID, we need to spread them out, So hopefully a lot of the players, and especially new players, will take their time and stay on Haven. The more they do that, the better for the rush on Midland. But I mean, we know that many of the veterans have their guilds and gold sets, and it's without a doubt that they will rush to Midland. But like I said, as long as we can spread them out, it helps. It's going to help. Does the robe give mana Reagan boost? So that is something we actually discussed, because like we all know, it has least physical resistance because it's clothing, right? It doesn't make sense if it's competing with those higher materials, heavy, medium, and heavy armors. But it also kind of, we're trying to say, okay, your body condition is optimal for playing a mage. It's no heavy weight. It's like perfect temperature. Maybe that gives you this little boost of being a better mage. You see, it kind of makes sense. We have discussed through that a little bit. And we also know that with enchantment, there will be additional bonuses on light armors like clothing that you can benefit from, playing light armored assassin, thief, or mage. So there's a few areas that it can be expanded on to give a little bit more use and options from light to heavy armors. I'm having the exact same issue with my shoulder. Shadowfire, is it frozen shoulder you have? Because I went to a physician doc that said you have impingement. So I did these exercises for 3 months and it just got worse and worse. And then I went to another, even better expert that said, no, that's wrong. You don't have impingement. You shouldn't be doing those exercises. You have a frozen shoulder and there's nothing you can do. You're gonna suffer 1 to 1.5 year, and then it's gonna be better. All right, nothing I can do. One of the worst thing I ever had. I never thought you could have something like that. Really limit you in so many ways. Can you imagine how buff we will all be playing Mortal in VR? Indeed. Once more Mortal has VR, you have daily exercise. That's true. I've been playing quite a few VR when we got the hardware early on, and holy shit, that is exercise for sure. I played a few first-person games just to see how, what things could be in Mortal 9 in the future, and holy cow, after like 20 minutes, it's like you've been running a marathon, and yeah, you really need a break after that. So yeah, for sure. There's only 8 on seeing the weather between clouds. Sometimes sunny day on my screen, but it's storm on my friend's screen. Yeah, it's not a very good thing, obviously. We have it on the map, and we have tried to get more time to go through that. It's also one thing that is a little annoying is that there's a few things we want to use in Unreal Engine, and including in the update. So it's a few things that we feel that we're gonna waste a little bit of time in going through that fully now, and it feels awful to know that we're wasting a little bit of time on something that's gonna be replaced or changed very soon, and therefore it's kind of got stuck in that state for a while now, and it may be stuck in that state for a little bit more sometime after release. I mean, we know about it, and it's not really nice, right? That's one of the things that can get fully out of sync, which it's a visual thing, and obviously if it's dark and stormy, rainy, usually that gets updated though after a few minutes. But what isn't fully synced is clouds and rain. So if you look up on the sky, it can look cloudy, nice, but it's raining. That is what can go wrong all the time. But you and your friend should, after a few minutes, it should update and give you the new update on the weather, which should synchronize them. It just can take a while. So it's not, critical or a fully disaster, but of course it could be improved and, synchronized with the clouds, which it will be. Nice to something distinguishing primary and secondary skills visually. Yeah, I mean, again, you guys are creative and find always an endless amount of quality of life improvement, which is awesome. Also, the thing, after working with the game for 16 years, you get a little bit blind, right? You see things like it's like this, it's obvious. But then, fresh pair of eyes, new players, they see and experience everything different, right? And that is why it's been so important during the beta to gather all that data, go through Haven, build that as good as we possibly can. And yeah, there's a good amount of further refinement to make things even better, easier to read, quality of life things. And yeah, there's a good growing list of that coming from you guys, and we agree to pretty much most of them. And again, they will get into the game just after a certain time, prioritized order. And again, if we get more developers, we can get more of those. Imagine having the luxury just putting one dedicated guy on just quality of life stuff, right? I mean, that is a luxury that is unheard of in Star Wars history. We always have, few people, high responsibility, and several precision. And obviously that can get stressful and distracted. And, we are very good at a lot of things, which also makes us quite unique and develop this game in a unique way. But we do want to be able to get some luxury to offload some of these things, get a little bit more help, right? So that will help us. Pogo, nice you have support from your close one. Keep up the good work. Yes, indeed. I think I'm quite behind now again, right? I'm talking about old questions, I believe. There'll be a lot of changes and improvements at launch of the actual version, pretty much represent the game. Or the actual version, pretty much. Okay, so quite a lot of things goes in right now. Like I said, there's a big thing that happens in the world, which means you will see a lot more wildlife in the whole world. A common review or feedback that I've joined throughout the beta, walking around in the world, you know, a lot of people have shared the same opinion that the game world doesn't have a lot of wildlife, lacking some of that, and we fully agree. But there's an important factor here to remember, that we're not designing our World of Warcraft game where every different zone, in every different step, there's a new group of animal with 5 higher levels and so on. You know, it's not that type of game. So we do mean to have open, vast landscapes, different types of landscapes and biomes, some more vast and empty, and also, you know, very suitable for building a city, for instance. And there will be thick, heavy forests, just like if you look at the colorful forest, it's a good example of a lot of wildlife. You know, there's always action going on in the colorful forest, and a lot of danger, a lot of different animals. So we have different biomes with these different levels. But we plan to add a few thousand more animals spread out in different areas of the world. And also because animals, you know, can die and be overhunted and pushed away, and they don't just all respawn, you know, in a few minutes. So you have to move out and reach the different spawns and different herds and gather those resources. And then, of course, over time they recover. So you can expect more wildlife. There will be a bunch of new pickables. So the whole world and exploration will feel more alive. You can expect to see quite a few more hidden things, treasures, and things to discover, both out in the wild, but also obviously in dungeons. You will also see additional dungeon work, expansion, and more dungeons and caves. Some new creatures, new bosses, new armor type that we've been saving as well. So quite a few things happening in the world, for sure. And of course, polishing and bug fixing is one of the main focus right now. So you can expect to see a good chunk of fixes and polishing. Node line, as we all know, that nasty bug is the most critical. We have everyone experience it sooner or later. That is what we're working on right now, next to the things I just said. So a lot of good things going into the game now. And if you look at every patch we have done, they are quite huge and insane when it comes to polish and content. And you know, these last patches are not different, but mostly focused on quality, polish, and just more content of approved and safe features already. I hope that makes sense. So, you know, if comparing it with any other game, typically, you know, the traditional way, then you would probably feel that, you know, this is probably how the game gonna be on release. No difference, because, you know, normally that is more the traditional way. But as you may know now, following us for the past year, we do things very differently. I mean, crushing patches on an insane level with insane amount of content and data. So yeah, you know, these last patches is very important for us when it comes to polishing, and a lot of additional content and safe features. And of course, important things, you know, boss loot, rares. We don't want to spoil all of that, obviously, now in the beta. That goes in on release as well. So you have no clue where to find things initially. It will take time until people figure out, okay, wow, that is not new type of rares. That is a new thing there, or ooh, I never got this from this boss. Holy shit, you know, things like that we want to obviously spice things up to make it interesting, exciting to explore the world when we go live, because it's not going to be the same as during the beta. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit now again so I catch up. Can we get a frozen shoulder debuff portal? That will be nice. Right, let me scroll down now. Right, let's see. Rope should not drop when going through a portal. It will be amazing us other friends are tired of being naked. You mean when you're going from adult to the living, that you can keep your robe? It's when we reach enchantment and such, then obviously there are going to be even more specific value that you can tweak your gear and armor to. So you do need to be careful how you can go anywhere in the world, use the spiritist, go in there, and you already have some gear, right? It's sensitive areas, so we need to be careful. Your trooper, is the chest always going to be stuck in that spot? So this is the default starting chest, right? I agree that maybe that location is maybe not the best location, right? It's a little bit here, right? Misplaced. I kind of feel that, right? So maybe it could be placed more on the side, more subtle. But yeah, right now, I mean, that is the default one. But yeah, we could move that to a more suitable place, like the corner or something. And that is the starting chest. Now you can place your own chest anywhere you want, as long as you have a placeable chest. That is. I don't think there's one place here, right? So here we have the little bedroom. Nice. Gonna take a sleep here. So yeah, I mean, all other chests at least you will be able to place anywhere you want. You can build your own little chamber full with chests, and you put the different ranks on your guilds, what they can access. And I plan to buff Psych. We don't have any data that says that we're out of balance line here. A lot of people actually say that, it's psychology is very useful, and a lot of people simply ignores it and don't use it, and they complain when they meet fat mages, and so we don't see a drastical need to tweak it much further at this point. And that's just looking on the data, feedback, and what's going on in the game. Lightning effects are so nice. Can we get a lightning bolt animation for the spells, like a ray that shoots from the hands? There will be very much different animal effects that shoots from your hand, especially with elementalism school. You will see something like that there. I don't know if you have seen a spiritist ray that is like a railgun shot from your hand that goes very far to our targets. But yes, you will see quite a lot of new effects coming from a hand, being real projectiles that you shoot out in some of those other schools. Do you engineer for placing decoration and walls, or do you only need to craft them? So again, we looked on this quite a lot on Mortal 1. So building houses and decorating and such were huge in Ultima Line, and it's why Valheim is popular. So obviously we want to make full use of the insane depth of housing system we built and the decoration system. And we don't want to limiting that or severely cut away from that by forcing you to become a new character to be able to enjoy that, or making it too big of a hurdle for any new player to casually start their journey towards building their small little house and enjoy that, just like in Valheim. So we want solo players in casual gameplay to be able to take the first step into this juicy area. And then of course it becomes more deeper, where engineering should obviously have a meaningful effect and reason, like more in TC, sieging mechanics, and more specific components or assets that comes later on as well in additional expansions. So there will be, proper use for engineering when it comes to more advanced things and going further, and especially in sieging stuff as well. So I hope that makes sense. We'll add ambient occlusion, Chandelier object. So we actually, if I'm not mistaken, have that already, as you can see here. You see it? There's a little shadow here. It's like similar to ambient inclusion. We tweak that back and forth to make it look nice, both near and on distance, and it also gives a little contrast in the scene, as you can see here. If it was all flat and one light, then it would feel less exciting. So we have some effects that kind of mimics ambient occlusion. Is there a DX12 patch coming? What? We already have DX12. I'm playing always on DX12. It's best performance as long as your hardware can handle it. It's recommended to always play on DX12 if you have a reasonable new hardware. In most cases, you actually gain performance using that. And since we have a pretty much full stability, then there shouldn't be a reason not to play on DX12. Did you mention workbench is coming tomorrow? Yes, you will. Let's run back to my keep, guys. Oh, look at this little shine. Oh, look how cozy it is with light sources in house. Now you can actually see the light sources. Cozy. Where the hell? There's my stronghold. And yes, you will be able to place benches, workbenches, and design your own rooms. With Unreal 5, will you be using nanites, tech, and lightning? Yes, we will. Nanites is a nifty little feature that allows us to give insane amount of details on any static meshes. They don't support skeleton meshes yet, which would be awesome if they could in the future. And yeah, it's a cool tech that allows us to do insane level details. It even saves us from doing low poly work on a lot of static meshes, I would say. So, we build one high poly and one low poly, and this could actually allow us to skip the low poly and go straight to the high poly, put it into the game, and it just works with amazing performance, and it looks insane. The lightning, we played around with it a little bit already to see what kind of performance we will be on, and what kind of work we need to do to make it look good in our game and all that. And there are different settings for sure when it comes to lightning and shadow. And again, we want to be careful about performance. We are very happy with the performance we have today, and obviously we want to try to improve it and never go down. So that is one of the work tasks we need to do when stepping over to go through lightning and all that, because everything we have now is built with our settings in mind, tweaked with this in mind. And move on to the new lightning and shadow, that obviously we need some tweaking and work. Will there be any small quest in Haven like in Modern 1 where you have to collect sigils to summon a demon, the reward being a cape? Yeah, there's room for us to expand on tasks and different things similar to that. And this is, task is one of the way of how we do quests. It's not the traditional running around quests with question marks. It's working for a nation with different things, and there will be different variation types of tasks. Everything from transporting goods, crafting, fulfilling orders, rescue mission, assassin missions, and other smuggling things. Something we plan to expand on quite a lot in the future. In this next patch, we're having a test on a rescue mission without proper information. That is coming in the next one. But we're getting those parts in the game so we can test them. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have more ideas where some of these tasks make sense as well. And if it's suitable to expand further things on Haven to make the experience better, then yeah, that's something we are looking for. And plans to add more content for small groups or solos like mini bosses. Yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier, that we are making sure that we have steps from solo to small groups to large groups, no doubt. And you already see some of this by our different bosses we have in the game. The illusionist, for instance, in the Tinram Sewers. It's doable by a solo player if you know what you're doing, and for sure by a small group without too much effort. We want to have cases like that spread out in the world where it's doable for small groups and solo in more and more cases. But also, of course, we're pushing it to the extreme level as well in terms of giving really challenging and close to impossible challenges as well for those that really want to try to do something that is very difficult to do. So we're trying to cover the whole spectrum. And that was severely limited in the first game, but already now we have quite a few more of those first steps, that works fine for solo and small groups. So you can viably live out of player cities tomorrow. If we get a server, which they stated we should get, and nothing unforeseen happens with the patch, then yes, we plan to deploy it tomorrow, and you will be able to construct all this, and for sure take one big step closer to be independent, living on your own in your little house or stronghold or keep. As you can see here, I actually placed this valve, which is really nice. So you can design everything how you want here. And just to show again, if you haven't seen before, how it's done. A wall, for instance, if we wanna do a little section that you can't see here to the side, you can place a let's place it here, and bam, we have a little wall section here, and you can make your own valve here. We don't support doors on the inside right now, but we plan to allow you to construct the doors as well, so you can close and open and have different access there as well. It's gonna be really cool with different layers pretty much. So very cool decoration system, and it's like I said, I really hope you guys invite me on your keeps and strongholds on the next run when we have patched this, because I'm really eager to see how you design your different floors. I mean, there's so much space on the keeps. I can't wait to see what you come up with decorating and designing the different floors and rooms. It's gonna be awesome to see. And go at it, because we need to make sure it's stable. So it's gonna be an interesting patch for sure. Workbenches, yes. For these, will players be able to build camps out in a world where mining, crafting, and cooking can be done? Perhaps have the fire from the camp rise into the air so it can be seen from some distance. Would be nice for recuperating on long travels, etc. We will have portable options. We had the first step in that system now that allows us to do the portable content next. We just need to, pretty much code a specific function behind those. So yeah, that will allow you to place campfires and portable machineries that will decay, after a specific amount of time, or if someone destroys it. And yeah, some of it makes sense to have light sources and smoke that can be seen far away from. So now we have quite a lot of plans and a lot of content going in these fields post-release. So, in every few patch that we deploy, you're gonna notice that, okay, there's a bunch of new decoration functions, tools spread out in the world in different ways for you to discover. And then we, eventually gonna reach the TC patch and sieging patch. Those gonna be, we're gonna run them on tests for a long enough until we know that, okay, now we are confident to push it live. Campfires are a must indeed. Yeah. We will get them. I would say that to be able to place a campfire now, we're very close. We just need to write the mechanics of what the campfire does. That's it. So it's not much time effort. It's just that we can't do it right now, but we will do it as soon as we have a moment. And we will have the campfires, and obviously they give a nice little boost to your resting when resting near to them. That's what they do. And of course you can use the heat source as well for cooking and such. Yeah, so crouching, when we add that post-release sometime, the plan is that it will have an effect in your visibility range from AI. So AI today both hear and can see you. So if you sneak up from behind, they trigger less than if they see you straight ahead. Or if you do sound, the faster you move and the heavier armor you have, the more sound you trigger that trigger AI. Sneaking, being in light armor, and even have the gifts, sneaking gift, you will pretty much be able to, if you master that, sneak up and do a backstab and almost ban whack any NPC. Especially useful for if you want to become an assassin and work for a nation to assassinate different NPCs. Really cool stuff that we will have in those areas for sure. Something I'm looking forward to. Possible to confer access to doors, tables, and chests with this patch. If I'm not mistaken, we have guild ranking access on chests, and I'm not sure actually when it comes to using the tools. I think so. I'm not sure actually. I have to read up, but yeah, ranking access for chests finally, so you can give the different tiers for who you allow the different access. Please show the workbenches how to put them or the decoration. Yeah, so let's see if we can find one of those working benches. Have I placed everything yet? Let's see. As you can see, here's a lot of stuff already that you can play around with. And this is just, you know, the beginning. There will be additional in upcoming patches. I have a lot of walls, chairs, fine bookshelf. No, I placed the workbenches I have, so a butcher table. I can show you how it's done. So as the owner, you can pick them up again, disassemble them. Oops, no. Need to find under it. So now I'm disassembling it pretty much, like so. I wasn't happy with the placement or whatever. And I have it here, so let's place it over here. So going into this state, obviously, needs to be green, so you know it's good to place. And you can rotate it in the 90 degrees options. And press once to have the location, and then you can scroll it again. If you're happy, press one more, and bam, we got it. And now I can craft armors. Boom, 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 boom. Pretty simple, straightforward, and lovely. Lovely. Is self-house demolition coming? So yeah, we're gonna expand on the different tools. Obviously, gonna get more important when you get more options if you want to change things. Along with that, you're gonna get the options to do co-owners, friends, and put it back in construction state, disassemble things, or in construction state you. Who the hell is this?
Oh my god!
In construction state, you will be able to upgrade and tweak. Yeah, if you want to change, you know, design or different types of upgrade or one of the other designs, pretty much. So it should be quite convenient to put it in that state, and then obviously you need to make sure you have the necessary to upgrade and construct it. We'll be able to add poisons to daggers or arrows. Yes, that comes along with assassin skills. Got a stranger in the house. So yeah. Is there a limit on how many tables you can fit a small minimum house? So the limit is the physical space. So obviously a small house, you can place less things in compared to a bigger house. Currently we have a limitation of 50 decorations per floor, which is quite high. So in here, what I place, like 10 items or something like that in this floor, and it already feels quite crowded and really nice. And you can place up to 50. So I think we will be happy with 50 as a limitation. Obviously, we will see in the beta. I hope you guys are going nuts and do some cool stuff when we patch this. So we will see from your point of view as well. Yeah, 50 per floor. So this means if this one have 3 floors, you'll be able to place 150 items, which is a good amount. A good amount. No moats, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I have that Nightbot running. It's helping me with keeping the channel clean in most cases, but it could be overstretching some things. I don't know. I haven't really had the time to look into that. So again, there may be need of some tweaks if it's not allowing normal things. I don't know. Can you sit on a chair and lie on the bed? If you go offline while in bed, do you get any bonus? So yeah, currently you can't sit in any of these. We need more work to make that work. It takes more time, simply. And our prior test order doesn't allow it. But yes, we want to allow you to sit as soon as we possibly can when we have time again to go through that. And yes, there are different decorations that we want to add function on that makes sense. The bed, sleeping in a bed. If it's a crappy bed, you may get a small bonus. If it's a luxury bed, a king's bed, then you may get a bigger bonus. It makes sense. And bonus like, there could be things like having a small bonus on your initial first hour of reading something or training skills because you're fresh, you're learning more effectively. Or also getting a boost on your reserves, so those get even more boosted. Things like that make sense, and it ties interestingly to a lot of the different decoration we add in the houses. What's up? What's up, Tarpits? How's it going? When paired with a weapon, it takes no durability damage. Is that attention or a bug? You should lose durability if you're pairing with a weapon or hitting with it. Are the GMs in-game players attached to guilds? Or the GMs in-game players? No. So we have our first and our very strict rules when it comes to GMs, if that's what you mean. You're not allowed to play the game and be a GM in Mortal Online. We learned that the hard way many years ago in the first game. And we want to make sure that we have professional GMs that are hired to do GM support only and have no insight in player conflicts or anything like that. And they won't participating in any of that. They simply have a guideline and rule set and tools that they learn, and they follow this strictly. And they don't know who you are if you don't make a name for yourself, pretty much in terms of, handling the support. Is any opportunities for mentor roles in Mortal Kombat 2, either in Haven or on the help chat? Seems like there will be an overwhelming amount of questions on release, and I'd like to help out. Yeah, so that is obviously something that we also are thinking about to see how can we make that practical and what would work well. We have tried a little bit of that in the first game. Again, we could hand out help channel access for those that were helping with that. So we're looking into that. Currently, we're going to have obviously the help chat on Haven because, and of course, we're also going to make sure that we refresh the rules, make it very clear what kind of rules we have when it comes to using the help chat and how you communicate in a game using VoIP, etc. It's very important for us to make sure that this game and its rules are respected and followed so we can all enjoy it. We obviously won't tolerate any stupid things being shouted on VoIP. You will obviously get warnings depending on the severity and removed from VoIP forever if those rules are broken. And if continue, that will also force you away from the game pretty much. Same goes with chat, obviously. We need to be adults here and make sure that we follow those rules. And everything is logged. So, and we're getting those tools in place now to make it very efficient for our staff to look through these data and confirm things and deal and act with those things. So that's going to be a reminder for everyone. Things have been a bit more loose throughout the beta because we simply haven't had a time and focus. But we knew that obviously these things are going to get important when the game go live, and we're going to have those rules in place for a good reason. So those will be enforced and very strict. So to keep your rights to use the VoIP system, for instance, you need to follow the rules and don't slur bad words that are not allowed in any of the streaming platforms or in our game. Common sense, pretty much, right? I mean, it's fine to be upset and angry, curse a little bit. We have enemies, we're passionate, but stay in the line and try to keep it civil in terms of, don't push those boundaries, which eventually pushes you out of the game or losing those rights. It's mostly common sense that is required, and I hope the majority can follow that so we can all enjoy the game as good as possible. I can configure access to doors, tables, and just with this patch, I mean pin. Smart TV, no, we won't have pin as no codes in this patch. You will only be able to set ranks on your guild members. Additionally, in the future, we will expand on this where it makes sense. We had code system in the first game where there was like a gatekeeper that lets the player in if you write in the right code. It was a nifty little system, and majority of players enjoy that. So those things, obviously, that was a success in the first game, we are looking to bring to this one as well. But again, you know, there's so many wish list things, and we're only 30 people. Only a handful of them can do these kind of code supports. So we have to be realistic with our goals here and start with the most important first. We're starting with ranks and chest and such to give you some good tools at least to start out with. And then you will see expansion on that as well over time. And like I said, hopefully more developers, and we can crunch in a lot of those quality of life functions. GM should be on a payroll. They are, obviously. Like I said, we hire external GMs to do support in game, follow our guidelines and rules very strictly, and you know, to make sure that our support and gaming experience with that, you know, there, you know, obviously there can be bugs that happens, of course, and it's important that our GMs can handle those situations and make sure that the players get as little negative effect as possible in terms of bugs or issues in the game. And of course, hire external GMs. Good night, Mochibilu. No racist slurs, of course. When is the first wipe? I need to discuss the exact date with Sebastian and the guys, and then we'll make it public on Discord forums, website, so it's very clear when we do that wipe. And it's gonna be close to release because, you know, we know a lot of people when wipe comes, normal skill progression, a lot of people gonna take that break for, you know, the next days where the release happens. And I'm guessing that we're gonna have a little bit less activity. Hopefully a lot will support us by testing things and not shy away from that at least one last time while we run it in that wipe session. But it will be quite close to release, so it's just a small amount of time that we require to make sure it's as intended. I mentioned solo small groups content before, which is great, but there's nothing stopping bigger groups from doing that same content with ease. Will you consider content that scales or adapt to numbers? So there's a few things that we want to scale and adapt server-wise in the world that makes sense. There's also a few systems we plan to add a bit later that is quite specific systems that put limitations on amounts of players pretty much. So you will actually be able to participate in specific areas where you can't be more than X amount of players. In some cases, it could be small groups. So you have to bring your friends, the ones you trust or, you know, play well with to try to beat those. And they're designed to be with those max numbers only, if that makes any sense. So I don't want to reveal anything, but we are experimenting with this already a little bit in the game. I don't know if anyone can figure out what I'm talking about here. But again, we don't want to reveal or spoil some of the things that we know are going to be awesome for the players to explore and figure out on their own, because that's, you know, one of the main point of it. But yes, you will see more over time where small, tight groups are necessary to do some things. It's possible to check ping in game. No, not really. So obviously you can check your connection to the server, but we also don't suggest doing that and stare on that number, because there's been so many long debates, and we have done dev blogs updates and explaining that you can't compare our ping with pretty much any other game, like Counter-Strike or anything, where you know that everything over 100 is bad, everything under 50 is very good. If you have 2, it's best. That kind of curve doesn't apply in our game. We built everything in mind with one world server and different latency worldwide. What's important is that you don't play on wireless and have packet loss. That is horrible for our type of game. But we have a ping normalization system in place and a prediction system in place, which kind of makes the server check the different key points in animation and hitting and so on, which makes you play the same way with 5 ping or 120 ping, for instance. And then, of course, the higher you go after a certain very high range, then some areas get affected more than other areas. So we don't want people to think that, I'm playing from America, the server is London, therefore, if I'm around 100 or above 100, it's not for me, I can't PvP. That's false. And we don't want to, of course, it's difficult to go through and explain this system every time why that is. But what we can do and may be able to do is add a indication in game where people can see where they are on this scale. Or am I in the normal ping normalization scale, or do I have random packet losses, or am I on the edge of not being able to play the game pretty much? That is something we are looking to possibly add. Hi, Latercom. The optimization update that runs with an old PC configuration. So we have gone quite far when it comes to optimizing the game. The baseline is good, especially when it comes to large scale crowds. But yes, there are some areas that is worse than others that we plan to optimize further. And there are also some areas that we plan to optimize with the Unreal Engine 5, like streaming content in the world, which is highly improved in Unreal 5 compared to Unreal 4. So yeah, over time we will see more optimization being done, a few more options, and upgrades in the engine that will also allow us to gain performance. Yeah. When is the release? 25th of January. As long as our final patches goes as planned, which they so far are looking to be. Can you please add a second stable close to the new district on MK? Yeah, I think I don't know if we already have done it, actually. We may have done it already. We have done several upgrades in some of the cities that were lacking security, etc. For instance, MK was one of those. Guards at entrances and more security. I think also in Fabernum got an upgrade in the security. Those starting cities is supposed to be as safe as they can be, as long as there are guards around in the right spots. So you will see some updates in those areas, cities, in this next patch as well. About Asian ping, yeah, there's no discussion with people 200 higher. So I would say that the same kind of experience happens in 200. I'm talking about when you get closer to 400, 350, 400. That's when you slowly start to see some areas being affected, but not all of them, because there's a few things that we can synchronize with the server up to that degree. And then there's a few areas that we can't in the same way. So I would say everything from up to 200 is, pretty much the same experience. And when you start to get, more in the 300, 400 range, that's when you're gonna experience some areas being different. And, you can adapt to that and know what that means and how you play to kind of anticipate that. So it's still viable and doable. We have a lot of people from Asia and Australia, which is pretty much furthest away with the highest ping in the game. Like I said, as long as you don't have severe package loss or breaks when it comes to receiving and sending data, that is when you can get disconnected from the game. It's an easy transition to Unreal 5. It's easier doing this transition for us than it was from Unreal 3 to 4, no doubt, for several reasons. One is obviously we are prepared for this. We knew that we want to take that step when the engine is ready. So we code different systems and models in a way where it's as efficient as possible to move over. And the other part is that Epic Games have stepped up their game and understanding also that they obviously want to help developers in the world. They want to promote their engine being the best engine, staying in the lead. And one very important way is to make sure that transition is effective and efficient. And they have done a really good job so far as of what we have noticed in doing that, which also helps us to take the transition. So those two important steps makes it by far easier than our older engine step up to the Unreal 4. We were actually surprised that it was more efficient than we thought to move over from the 3 to 4. And we know that it will be even more efficient to move over to 5. There are areas, of course, where we need to build around a few things, or build it to work specifically. And we have taken our first look over that, and it's looking quite promising. So we just hope that is the full case throughout the whole procedure, of course. Playing the game right now, there's no fauna. I walked around, never found any pigs. So Balau Baugun. So yeah, it's a huge world, and I mentioned this a little bit before, that one of the last steps we're taking now is actually populating the whole world a bit more. We're planning to add a few more thousands animals in the world. So there are quite some vast areas that is less populated and almost no wildlife. And yes, if you're running through those areas, you will experience less animals. So we are adding quite a lot more. And also what I said before, there's also a reason for having a few areas being vast open landscapes. One reason is we want to allow players to build cities there. And we want the game to feel realistic, believable. A huge open world where when you find an animal, there's a huge carcass and reward when you actually manage to kill it and claim it. And wildlife slowly recover when being overhunted, but it makes it important when it comes to balance hunting and getting resources. So it's those things to keep in mind as well. Thank you for the team and great work. Thank you, based Bellagio. Wow, advanced engineering takes 11 days to read. That's nothing. Have you played EVE Online? So the thing is, most of the skills can be learned by doing, using the skills, right? Some cases you have to unlock the skill book, and in some cases it's a little bit more practical to gain the skills by reading the different books. But in many cases, for instance in engineering, you can also construct things using your engineering skills, and it will gain skills even faster. So it's more like a passive side option to gain skills, and it's an excellent way to gain skills while you are offline. You can start reading a book and it will give you those skills while you are sleeping or offline. Can you build crushers and grinders in your house as well? Those big structures outside will come with the TC. patches. Thanks for answering all these questions, man. Even if some of mine get avoided, it's really appreciated. Nactic, I don't avoid any questions purposely. Could be that someone, you know, I'm missing it, or some that, you know, I've been responding to later, or any reason goes. Ironrake, great game. Will you have pets, horses mirror their owner's rep? Yes, that is the intention how it should work. And I think we have some bug in regards of that right now. And yeah. All the servers up. I tried to create a character, but it should be up. Yes, it's up. There's players playing. Add shadows to furniture. Don't see any when there is firelight sources. Yeah, so again, there are a few things when it comes to performance and limitations in our systems. So right now, the core function and functionality and stability, making sure what you place is the right things, as you saw, some of them wasn't correct. That is the main focus right now. And then after that, we can see, okay, how can we make it look, if it can look better, you know, different settings, things like that. That is something that we can take in the next rounds after the, you know, requirements, pretty much. Is that in the stream? Just join in. This is Henrik. I'm Henrik. If you wonder who I am, and I'm the CEO and game designer of Mortal 9, and I'm doing this my weekly stream session, doing a lot of Q&As, different sneak peeks, doing different game sessions, and so on. So it's a good opportunity to ask your questions in these weekly streams. We have different discussions. What about Jacko? So no, not Farmer Joe. This is Henrik. Sorry if this probably been answered, but how do you get furniture? By the way, do you hear background music while I talk? Just a little. Or no? No, you don't. I don't have it on this one. Right, so, all right. How do you get furniture? Is it player built or bought from NPCs? Good question, Spooky Wolf. So, there's 3 ways of getting it. Only 2 now, but there will be a 3rd later. So, one way is that there are carpenters in every city in the game. They sell a few different pieces of furniture. And then there are some specific carpenter that sells some, you know, high-end luxury stuff. And then there is out in the world, dungeons, you know, if you noticed in some of the dungeons, there's shares, furniture, and different type of things. You can find lootable furniture there as well. So you'll be able to find them out in the world, which is really cool because they're going to be rares and very specific ones. And you will also have additional, a bit further ahead, we're going to unlock more value of having proper standings nations. So that allows you to actually learn to do very different furniture from specific NPCs, and they will only teach you if you have a proper standing with them. So we're expanding on that as well. And the third, and that we pretty much almost done with, but we don't have time for the UA part of it, which is a little sad, but it will come very soon. That is, you can craft it yourself. So you will be able to learn to craft most of the furniture. Yeah, those are the ways. So from patch tomorrow, if we go live, you pretty much visit the NPCs to instantly be able to get some of the furniture, and then you can find different types out in the world as well. We'll be getting the naming conventions of the races before at launch. No, I don't think so, sadly. Roadmap up to directly after launch. We will do our best. We will see, obviously depending on the madness and chaos through the release. That is the main focus, obviously, to make sure we're on top of things there. And as soon as it allows us to breed again, we will continue working on our schedule, update our things, updating the roadmap when we can. Is there a problem with VoIP? For some reason I cannot hear others, but they can hear me. Stolzen. So I think there's a bug where Alt-Tab, but most likely in your case, your input in this case, right, is wrong. It's a common issue. The game doesn't allow you to change the input in-game option. You actually have to set the default in Windows, and if that default is not correct, it won't recognize your mic in the game. That is fixed in our next patch. You will be able to have full control of the VoIP settings finally in options, and it allows you to pick the input-output in-game and change them until you get the right one. So it's a very good improvement when it comes to VoIP issues that a lot of people have to exact this one. So if you don't figure out the default settings in Windows and then relaunch the game, you'll be able to do it in-game on this next patch. Process repetition thirds are fixed in this patch. Yes, finally. So there's no chance of not getting any standings anymore. You will always get the minimum, and you can even get a chance of additional currently. And there's also those locations where they don't even accept the parcels. There was an issue in that. Those will now also accept those parcels, so that will be fixed. And we add the first rescue mission as well. And yeah, there are several task managers outside of city guard zones as well. If you're banned from those nations, you can work your way back if you want to. Hello, when will Like Gator be added? We don't have a date yet, so we're trying to first to decide. Do we want to go around of adding a few of the new mounts, as in some of them we have, or do we want to go for the Like Gator or the Mulva Beasts, or do we want to go first on the wagons? We're kind of open for anything here. We haven't fully decided. Obviously, there are some different dependencies and workload along with these. The majority of our new mount is, we need to obviously build a new Like Gator and a lot of animation work, which requires some time and a gear for those. A wagon requires more coding system part of it and a little bit less animation strain, as long as we tie them to a horse that we already have. So we haven't fully picked one yet. We are on a start pretty much on any of those. And I guess your voice can help us pick the starting one. No background music. Holy shit, I'm 2 minutes behind the chat. Hello, Henrik. Hello, Willie the Goat. Are AoE team healing spells planned, or are the healing spells going to be aim-based like now? There are several types of healing with the different schools, and there are at least one AoE healing that will come, yes. There will be different types of healings. Which one There was... What the hell did we now have in the first game? I almost forgot what kind of spells we had. But yes, there will be a few different ones. And are you willing to admit on stream finally that Medul is your favorite and you hate us Korites? Bernie, no. I don't know. It happens to be, you know, I've been a lot in Medul in the first game, and I don't know why I end up being here quite a lot. But I have to say that when we did release the Korite villages and that biome, that became my new favorite for a good while. It's just that I haven't been there and had things there, and you know, just simply ended up here. But sure, I could be more in different places when I do these things to not just show a lot of Meduli area. I like the Korite villages for sure. Vara, Bhakti, and Mokai, however you want to pronounce it. And I really like that forest. I really like that biome. Go to bed. Tasty bison. I will... Oh my god. Yeah, it's quite late. Holy shit. No. How long have I been streaming? What the hell is going on? No. What the hell? 6:30? Is that correct? Holy cow. Okay, yeah, that surprised me. I looked before, it was 3 hours. That's crazy. So I guess I will have to soon in just a few minutes then. What's your thought about centralized servers? Yeah, that's the tricky things. When we looked into this, it seems that we got best results from where we placed them now, which is London, to have best ping nearest 95% of our players, pretty much. And I'm not sure if that can be, if we will see major improvements for our players if we change that location. We'll be able to install our chest tables in other people's houses and strongholds and use them not in our own house. The question is if you can place them if you're in the same guild or if the house owner need to place them. Shit, I don't remember. I've been so occupied with other things than actually testing placing furnitures in this current latest run. I have to check. I have to check. Tears whatever gonna come back. You will see later. We have some plans for the dropping relics, etc. It was quite a successful thing in the first game, and we just want to refine it a little bit this time around. Wagons first. Like gators 1000%. Wagons. Oh shit. Wagons. Say again about the options, please. Snap. Can wagons take passengers? I want to ride a bear. Oh, turbirds. So, yeah, we have a few options here. So either we spend animation time on making other creatures mountable, like wolves, bears, terror birds, campadons. We need to take them one at a time, depending on how we can expand. Quite a lot of animation work and the gear that you can put on them. The other option we're looking at is go straight to the wagon system, which allows you to construct and buy a wagon and put one or multiple horses that pulls that wagon. And that can be a small poor man's wagon to a prison wagon to a grand where you sit inside, close the doors, or transport heavy goods and players, multiple players. Or we go straight to the symbolic classic mounts that have different use, like the gladiators, very agile, faster hit point regain, and different natural resistances. The gladiators from Lycia, or the Mulva beasts that are more like, you've seen those in the first teaser of Model 9, the rhino-like beasts that are super strong, super heavy, quite decent tank, and obviously they pull the heaviest load. Gonna consider adding more emotes in the Twitch chat. Sure. I mean, everything that can spice these Twitch streams up and making them be more pro, I'm all up for it. It all depends on obviously time and what it requires. I thought about having an area where players can face up one group charge. Yes, the arena is the main purpose of that, and we're also going to add duel functions so you can safely duel. Can we get more lore put into the game, will please? Yes, it's something we want to expand on, add quite a lot more. We have quite a few cool plans that we're gonna add in the world in different layers. So yeah, I'm working with Mats on that as well. So we just need a little bit more time, and then you will see more of that for sure. Final question: burgers or pizza? Oof, tough one. I'm not sure if I can pick one. I like to. 1 month it's the one, the other month it's the other one. I'm not sure. I can't pick one. They're equal nice when I want some junk food. Streamer Mania, go to sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up just in a moment here, guys. It was quite longer than I expected, and yeah, the time just sneaks past me. One moment I see I'm looking a little sleepy now. My eyes is getting thick. But yeah, one moment I was closing in on 3 hours, and I thought, I'm gonna wrap it up soon, and then bam, 6:30. So I got quite surprised. The last hours always just bam goes away like that. It's strange. It was a really good stream. Thank you so much, and really look forward to the Mortal Line 2 trip with all of you, devs and players alike. Profit margin, and I say the same to you. Thank you for showing up, and I can't wait to see you guys as well on the release that we're getting so close to, guys. Who is it in your stream? Who is it? It's still Henrik. What do you mean, that guy in front of me? I don't know who that is. It's someone in test or developer or something like that, I would say. What's with the flying guards outside middle? Yeah, exactly. We laughed about that one and thought, what the hell is going on there? And it may be fixed finally in this one. I'm crossing my fingers. Please don't add red relics again. You don't like the red one, eh? It kind of steered things up. You had a few interesting options with the red ones. But yeah, it was quite specific. Can't wait for dragons. Wagon system sounds better. Wagons. Looks like more looking forward to wagons than any other new mounts currently. Okay, we will see when we get closer to, go through them in detail. But yeah, it's gonna be a cool function where, you know, a whole new feel, and that's when you're gonna do the heavy duty personal transportation. It's gonna be cool, and of course, a very effective way in transporting heavy resources for heavy duty construction. Yeah, wagons would also give a lot of world feel. I agree. I'm losing my voice right now. I vote wagons. Yeah, it seems like that is quite high. Rideable creatures. I'm happy, really. Everything is going well. Rideable creatures, change it up. Correct. Ever receive a buff? What buff are you missing, Mystic? I guess for sure. Any sneak peek before you head off? Not sure if I have anything more than what I've showed already. Is that Farmer Joe on the butcher table? I'm not sure who. This game has to be released in a couple of weeks. Alright. The red relic was really bad. All it did was give a different big guild relic. I mean, it was the one that killed a random relic, right? So you had an option to defend or use that relic, which was quite interesting, and it stirred quite a lot of conflicts. Wagon sounds really cool. What is cool about a wagon? I mean, first of all, it's gonna give you like some different styles. Obviously, open one, casual, to closed, where you can sit inside. The luxury one allows you to transport heavy stuff and even animals or players, which is pretty cool, I think. And heavy duty transporter of heavy goods. And just imagine it looking like Gandalf on his horse and wagon with his pipe going down the Hobbit's lane. Gonna give a nice, cool feeling to the game, I think. Yeah, like I said, there was room for refinement and improvement in the relic system, and that's what I said before, that we want to make sure that we add the ones that, you know, was a good success, and those that were on a gray line or not as solid, remove or rewrite pretty much. We need more RP stuff and gambling alcohol. Yes, we will get it. We have, one of our coder have built a core system for games. It's pretty much done, and now we have Russian roulette. No, blackjack. Sorry, blackjack. We just need someone else to do the user interface for it and the final implementation on the client side, and we will start having games in taverns and in your homes. And yeah, we're getting the pipe smoking, pokers, Russian roulette. Russian roulette. I don't know why I said Russian roulette. I think I'm getting tired. I'm talking nonsense right now. I don't know what the hell Russian roulette is. Yeah, I think I need a night snack and then some sleep, I guess. I will love FPS higher than 60 FPS, Henrik. Yeah, like I said, there's always room for improvement, optimization in different areas and different aspects of the game still, but we're quite happy with the baseline right now. It's better than New World. I dare to say that, especially when you have players on the screen. And I think that's a good baseline. I dare to say it. Russian roulette confirmed. What the hell is Russian roulette even? I don't know how I... Hardcore game Russian roulette. A lot to gain and a lot to lose. Yeah, exactly. We need those stuff. They're way better than New World. Holy cow, this stream is still going. Suddenly M2 became the deer hunter. One bullet in the chamber. Indeed. One bullet in the roulette. Nuts. Alright, alright. Alright, guys. It's been an awesome evening. Longer than I expected. So I think I'm gonna take the opportunity to get my little night snack and get some sleep, because now I'm dropping my words. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Russian roulette. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's see. Do we have anyone streaming that we wanna pass over our viewers to? What do you say, guys? Do we have a streamer that you wanna watch playing before I head out, guys? What do you say? What do you say? Do you have a suggestion? Either Mighty's or Jonah. Let's see. Let's see. Who do we have here? Who do we have here? Oh, my neck. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, guys. Oh, the stiffness. Jonah Vale is okay. Vetnard, Kovacs, Vainiro. Got a few different suggestions here. This is always impossible to pick one. It's easier when you all say the same name. What do we do? Do we just pick one randomly here, or answer more of my questions next time? Come on, Coxie. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Raymond D. Raymond D. So now we have a lot of options here. Coxie, come on. You need to be nice. You need to be nice, or you will get the chat ban automatically. We have a lot of Aussies playing. A lot. Actually, it's been increasing, and the majority is within the normal rates. Then we have a handful out in the bush with a very strange connection that, yeah, isn't as good. I don't know if you were one of them, Coxie. I'm sorry if that's the case. I understand then, you know, but we will see. There are options in the future, and we're looking at different things. So, you know, we need to take some parts at a time, and then we will see what we can do to improve and expand. So bear with us. Bear with us. Okay, guys, give me a streamer or anything like that. Omi. Omides, Raymond D. Let me see. I see Omides, Raymond D is there. And we had Kovacs there. Those viewer counts. Shall we do the lowest? Raymond D this time then. Kovacs just finished. Alright. Shall we do the Raymond D then? Are we up for Raymond D? I've seen most of the streamers, so do it. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Sleep is for the weak. Indeed, you can sleep when you're dead, right? Right. Let me find my button. I'm getting Raymond D. All right, I'm gonna find the button, guys. Gonna find a button. Raid channel. Right on. All right. So, guys, I want to thank all of you guys for participating in my stream. As long as you guys are here and showing an interest for doing these streams, we will try to keep doing them and trying to improve on them, give you nice, interesting updates and cool stuff about the game and discussions and future stuff of the game and so forth. And I'm trying to step up my game when it comes to nice overlays and stuff like that. So I really appreciate you showing up in here, so we feel that it gives a lot of value, and it's really enjoyable to hang out with you guys as well, and hearing your thoughts and opinions as well. Thanks for all donations, subscriptions, buying our merchandises that goes straight to the development and directly improves the game without a doubt. So yeah, I'm super excited, getting closer and closer to release, guys. We just have to deliver these last steps now, and then we are as ready as we possibly can. Yeah, this is a level of access is unprecedented and so appreciated. Thank you so much for appreciating it. That is, one of the big reasons we do it. We enjoy doing things a little bit different than most game companies, I guess. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, and I hope you will have a wonderful evening, morning or night or whatever you have, and I hope you will enjoy watching Raymond D on his journey, and yeah, all right, guys, thank you. I will do a little all right, good night.